first bell and asked the front desk for Principal Pamela Thornton. He wore a clean flannel shirt, jeans, work boots. He carried nothing. He was shown to her office at the end of the administrative wing, a large carpeted room with framed student achievement awards.
All right, bitches.
From Ohio State behind her desk. Thornton was in her mid-50s, gray streaked hair pulled back. With the professionally composed expression of someone who had managed difficult parents for 22 years and considered it a core competency, she gestured to the chair across from her before he could speak. Mr. Wade, I heard about Drew, and I'm very sorry. I want you to know that we take all incidents of this kind extremely seriously. 6 of your wrestlers put my son in the ICU last night, Tomas said. His voice was entirely level. Punctured lung. She interlaced her fingers on the desk. I understand the situation is upsetting. We're still gathering information, and I want to be clear that we won't draw conclusions before the process. I'm not asking about the process, Tomas said. I'm asking what you're going to do. Thornton leaned back in her chair. Her expression shifted slightly. Less sympathy, more management. Mr. Wade, I've spoken with several students who were in the area. There are questions about what led to the altercation. Your son was seen arguing with members of the team earlier in the week. She paused, making sure the implication landed cleanly. He may have provoked something he couldn't handle. Tomas said nothing. I know that's hard to hear, she continued. But 6 boys don't just attack someone without context. We have to look at the full picture. She tilted her head with the practiced patience of a woman who had ended many conversations this way. What do you expect me to do, Mr. Wade? Call the Marines? Tomas smiled. It was a quiet, genuine-looking smile. The kind of man produces when something confirms exactly what he already understood. He stood up, nodded once, and walked out. In the hallway, before he reached the exit, a classroom door opened, and Jessica Chambers stepped out, glancing both ways before she spoke in a low, urgent voice. Mr. Wade, I filmed it. From my window, on my phone, the whole thing. Ricky Barrett let it. He had the others set up on both sides of the lock before Drew even came out. It was planned. She looked down. I'm scared to go to the board. Rangel's father is on the board. Tomas studied her face. Keep it safe and don't show anyone yet, he said. Can you do that? Yes, she said. Good. He turned toward the exit. You'll know when. What the principal's office didn't know. What the Barrett family didn't know. What Coach Don Steele had clearly never paused to consider was the specific nature of what Tomas Wade had done for 17 years. Marine Raiders operated in small teams behind enemy lines. Direct action, special reconnaissance, foreign internal defense. You didn't survive long in that world without developing a particular intelligence, not just physical capability, but the patience to map a target completely before you moved on it, to understand every exit, every variable, every person in the picture. Tomas had planned operations in environments where a single miscalculation ended careers or ended lives. He applied that same methodology now with the unhurried focus of a man who had already decided what was going to happen and was simply sequencing the steps. He spent day 1 watching. He knew all 6 wrestlers by name within 2 hours. Ricky Barrett, Brian Morgan, Michael Rangel, Josh Garrison, Tom Harper, Willie Rogers. He learned their after-school schedules, their usual routes, the places they felt safe. Barrett, as ringleader, was the most visible, swaggering through hallways, occupying the corner booth at the diner on Route 9 after practice like he was holding court. Day 2. Tomas drove to Athletic Director Wilson McDowell's office at the County Sports Complex. McDowell was a soft-faced man in his 50s who became visibly uncomfortable the moment Tomas stated his name. That told Tomas everything he needed. He pressed gently, not threatening, not loud, and McDowell's discomfort turned to a damp-handed confession within 8 minutes. He had shown Drew's letter to Steele. He had known. He had said nothing because Steele had relationships.
What's up, man?
And McDowell valued his pension. He started to cry a little. Tomas recorded the entire conversation on his phone, left, and drove to the school's east parking lot, where he spent 20 minutes memorizing the blind angles from every camera on the building's exterior. There were 4 cameras. 3 had clear views of the lot's main area. 1, covering the northeast corner, the loading dockside.
I've been more or less okay.
Pointing at a cinder block wall, it had been that way, Tomas confirmed by pulling the school's maintenance log online since October 3rd, 3 days before the attack. Someone had planned this carefully, not carefully enough. By the third evening, Ricky Barrett was in the emergency room at St. Catherine's, the same hospital where Drew was still breathing through a tube, with a fractured orbital bone and 2 broken fingers on his right hand. He told the attending physician he had fallen. Nobody asked hard follow-up questions because the story was clean, and the injuries, while painful, were not life-threatening. Brian Morgan did not fall. Brian Morgan was found by his mother sitting in the cab of his truck in their driveway at 11 p.m., unable to explain why he was shaking or why there were zip tie marks on his wrists. He said he didn't remember the last 2 hours. He declined repeatedly, and with increasing panic to discuss it further. Tom Harper stopped showing up at school entirely. Willie Rogers texted his mother from his bedroom at 9 a.m. on day 5 to say he didn't feel well and was not going to wrestling practice. And his mother, who had noticed something different in his face since Tuesday, did not argue. None of them called the police. Not one of the 6 boys, not one of their parents, made a report. This was either because they didn't know who had done it, or because on some level they did. Coach Don Steele vanished on day 4. His pickup truck, a black F-250 with a wrestling booster sticker on the rear window, was found idling at the edge of Millbrook's Eastern Industrial Park. Keys in the ignition, coffee still warm in the cup holder. Detective Jorge Padilla of the Millbrook PD caught the call. Padilla was 45, former Army infantry, a careful and perceptive man who had met Tomas once at a veterans community event 2 years ago, and had formed a quiet, accurate impression of what kind of person he was dealing with. Steele turned up 48 hours later, walking out of a state forest 17 miles east of town. He was physically unharmed. He was not, in any observable way, the same man who had driven to the industrial park. He sat in a cold room at the police station and declined, on the advice of a lawyer who arrived within 20 minutes of his call, to describe what had occurred. He submitted a resignation letter by email the following morning. The letter contained no explanation. Padilla drove out to Tomas's house that afternoon. He sat in the driveway for a moment. Then, he knocked. Tomas answered the door holding a mug of coffee, looking like a man who had been reading the paper. Heard about the coach, Padilla said. Heard it too, Tomas said. Padilla looked at him for a long moment. You got anything you want to tell me, Tomas? Not especially. Tomas sipped his coffee. Drew's coming off the ventilator tomorrow. Doctor says another week, and he might be home. Padilla nodded slowly. Then he turned and walked back to his cruiser. He did not write a report about the visit. The 6 fathers met on a Saturday morning at the Barrett house. Tom Barrett, gray-templed, thick-necked, the confident posture of a man who had never believed a situation was beyond his management, ran the meeting. Their sons were hospitalized or hiding. Steele was gone. No arrests. The story they told themselves. An unknown party had done this, and the solution was local pressure. Barrett knew the police chief. Thornton would comply. They were levers. They agreed to go to the house together. 6 men. Let Wade understand the weight of what he'd started. They showed up at dusk. Tomas answered the door before they knocked. He stepped out onto the porch, letting the screen door close behind him, and stood at the top of the 3 steps, looking down at them. All 6, arranged in a rough half-circle blocking the path. Barrett at the front, arms crossed, projecting every watt of the civic authority he'd spent 20 years accumulating. You think you can beat our boys and get away with it? Barrett said. His voice carried the absolute certainty of a man who had never genuinely lost anything. The others spread slightly behind him.
Alright, let's finish this. Now, if you've been following my play of this, you realize that most of this week I've spent gathering resources, trying to do the little puzzle thingamajigs, get all that done and out the way, so I could do, like, ship upgrades. Because I really want to be able to take on, like, these legendary ships. There's 4 or 5 of them. But they're really strong. And I want to be able to attempt to face them with something resembling a reasonable chance of winning. Now, you also remember earlier this week I fucking attempted one of those ships. And I actually did way better than I thought I would. But I still got my ass handed to me. Yo, Vibes, what's up, darling? Considering how early you've been on the last couple of days, I'm actually surprised you're not on right now. Yo, Blue Daisy, what up? Jesus Christ. You went to bed later today than I did this morning. The fuck were you doing up so goddamn late? You got a kid, woman.
Did you know this epic battle between...
I don't care who you are. I don't care how much money you have. You will never talk to me that way again. Never. You got that? Done. My relationship was such that when I left WWE, it's funny, Layla L, who was, used to tag team with The Undertaker's wife, Michelle.
Summer start.
My sister gifted me a DNA test for my birthday, laughing, maybe this will explain why you're another man's mistake of the family. Months later, when our family's estate lawyer called them for an urgent meeting about me, their faces went pale. I knew my sister hated me, but I didn't know how far she'd go until she slid a birthday gift across the table and laughed. A DNA test. Maybe this will explain why you're another man's mistake, she said, loud enough for every fork to stop midair. I swallowed the shame, mailed the kit, and waited. Months later, our family's estate lawyer requested an urgent meeting regarding Grace Ellington. My mother went pale. Naomi stopped smiling. And in that moment, I realized something terrifying. They already knew what I was about to find out. Most people picture family as a soft place to land.
All right.
More like a house with cold floors, beautiful from the outside, freezing once you stepped in. Growing up in the Ellington home in Denver, I learned early how to make myself small. I was the quiet child, the one who did her homework without being asked, the one who disappeared into corners so my mother wouldn't sigh, and my sister wouldn't see her. Even then, Naomi's world seemed to orbit at the center of everything. She had a way of commanding attention without earning it. Loud laughter, dramatic stories.
Well, let's get some Pokeballs in chat.
Her stage, and my mother, Evelyn, applauded her every move. When Naomi got a B on a test, she was well-rounded. When I brought home straight A's, Mom looked like she had forgotten who I was for a moment before saying, "That's nice, Grace. Can you come set the table?" By the time I reached 35, I had built a life far from that house. Austin suited for quiet mornings, simple routines, the kind of stability I never had in the time. I worked as a financial analyst, dressed in soft, neutral tones, and tried not to think about the constant hate that came from being the forgotten daughter. But when my father, James Ellington, passed away, the gravity of our family pulled me back. He had been the only steady thing in that house, a man of few words but a surprising warmth. In the small moments, a hand on my shoulder, a proud nod at my college graduation.
Okay, nope, that's not going to get me where I'm trying to go.
Anything I could imagine. 3 months after the funeral, Mom insisted we have a small birthday dinner at the old house. Her voice over the phone was too bright, too rehearsed, as if she were reading lines someone else had given her. When I stepped through the front door, I smelled a familiar mix of linen polish and old books. The chandelier glowed, but the house felt empty without Dad's quiet presence. Naomi sat at the kitchen table, flipping through resort brochures, tanned. From some recent trip, barely glancing at me as I entered. Mom poured herself more wine than usual, her hands trembling slightly. Something unspoken hung in the air like a storm that hadn't broken yet. I tried asking about the will gently, respectfully. Mom froze, her smile stiff. "We're just not ready yet," she said, but her eyes flicked to Naomi, and Naomi smirked like she knew a secret I didn't. Looking back, the dinner was not about celebrating my birthday. It was about setting the stage for my humiliation. The tension that night didn't arrive in one sharp moment. It crept in slowly, like a draft under a closed door. Every small detail felt off. Naomi kept glancing at me with this expectant look, as if she were waiting for a cue. Only she and my mother had rehearsed. Mom's wine glass was never empty, though she barely drank from it. Her fingers just circled the stem over and over like she needed something to hold on to. Dinner itself was a performance. Naomi talked non-stop her job, her husband, her plans to redo her kitchen in a French farmhouse aesthetic. Mom laughed at every comment, even the unpleasant ones. When I spoke, the room seemed to dim like someone turned down the volume of my existence. Halfway through the meal, Naomi leaned back, eyes glinting. "So, Grace," she said sweetly, still working at that same firm in Austin. Before I could answer, she jumped back into another story about herself. It wasn't a question, it was a reminder to our background noise. Still, something else simmered beneath her smug expression. Anticipation, calculation. When Mom stood to bring out dessert, a small store-bought cake she hadn't even bothered to plate. Naomi pushed back her chair dramatically. "Actually," she said, reaching for a glossy box wrapped in silver paper, "I bought a birthday gift. Something I think you'll find in Mom's." Mom's face strained in color.
Alright. That's not going to lead me where I want to go.
This will explain why you're another man's mistake in this family. The words echoed sharp and deliberate. Mom flinched. I saw it, but she said nothing. The humiliation stung, but the fear in Mom's eyes that felt like the real truth slipping through the cracks. Naomi hadn't just insulted me. She'd exposed something she wasn't supposed to say out loud. Later that night, in my old bedroom, the walls still painted the soft blue I had chosen at 15. I searched through old boxes.
This might get me where I'm going.
Existence.
Yep. Here we go.
I found an envelope that didn't allow for flowers. The dust around it had been disturbed recently. Inside was a photograph of younger Evelyn holding me as a baby while standing next to a man I didn't recognize. On the back, in my mother's handwriting, "Forgive me." My hands shook as I took pictures of everything. Then I turned to the DNA kit Naomi had delivered like a weapon. She had wanted me to take it. She had wanted something to happen. Fine. I nailed it the next morning, not because Naomi wanted me to, but because I needed to know what truth she was so eager to recognize. The results arrived 5 weeks later on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. I was at my desk in Austin, half listening to the hum of the office fence when the notification appeared on my phone. I expected red. What I didn't expect was clarity, sharp forward, undeniable. No biological relationship connected Adam's family. My breath hitched, but I kept moving. A suggested match to the Hartman lineage. A name I had never spoken, never heard, suddenly tied to me by blood. It didn't hurt the way I imagined. It felt like
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I was a guest in my own childhood, never a daughter. What should have
Hey, Mystic, how you doing?
sent the results to our family group chat. Nothing dramatic, just a screenshot. Simple question. Someone want to explain this? My thought was, just instantly. Bombs both sides. Not from divorce, but maybe. Grace, sweetheart. Delete that. You don't understand. This is complicated. This happened a long time ago. We moved past that. She never apologized.
Oh,
She never confessed the decades of self-feelings and broken in my life. She just begged me to bury the truth again. But Naomi didn't call. She texted me. Just 4 words. Red, complex. Cold, satisfied. As if she'd been waiting half her life for the moment I discovered who she was. But
there we go.
shaking with questions I didn't know how to ask. She answered on the 3rd ring, her voice dripping with irritation. Why Grace? Why now? I demanded. Why push this? Why humiliate me? She laughed softly, a sound that hit like ice. Because I kept this family secret for 20 years. Because Mom owed me. Because you played victim long enough. And now the right people will finally get what they deserve. She hung up. Those words clung to me like smoke. The next morning, I started asking quiet questions. I spoke to family, friends, old neighbors, people who had known my parents before Naomi and I were born. What emerged chilled me. Naomi had been digging for months, meeting estate lawyers, hinting about upcoming changes, talking as if Dad's house already belonged to her. I needed help, real help. Like Dad had insisted I seek. I hired an attorney, Sarah A., known for her work in complicated inheritance disputes. I brought her everything. The DNA results, photograph screenshots, text messages, beyond conversations, emulating Mom's voice. Sarah listened, expressions still taking notes like she was assembling a puzzle. Your instincts are right, she said finally. This isn't just resentment. Someone is building a case to erase you. 3 days later, I got a call that changed everything. Mr. Dalton, our longtime estate lawyer, sounded unusually formal. Grace, your father left
Cool.
instructions for a will reading under specific circumstances. Those circumstances have now been met. I think you should be prepared for what you're going to hear. Prepared?
Now, how am I gonna...
The morning of the will reading. Not a seasonal cold, but the kind that sinks into bone. The kind that feels like a warning. Sarah and I arrived early at the downtown building where Mr. Dalton's office occupied the top floor. Floor to ceiling
How do I
windows,
get to that?
the kind of place
I
where
wonder.
truths didn't hide, they echoed. We chose seats near the window out of the direct line of fire. Sarah whispered, observe everything. Speak only when necessary. Her calm steadiness eased the tightness in my chest. clutched her purse with both hands, as though it were the only thing keeping her upright. She didn't read me, didn't even meet my eyes. She sank into a chair at the far end of the table, staring at the polished surface as though it
There we go.
Then Naomi entered.
Oh, shit. That was not intentional.
Carrying a smug confidence that bordered on theatrical. She wore an expensive suit, cream-colored, perfectly tailored, and heavy makeup that made her look sharper, harder. And of course, she brought her own attorney, a man I recognized from billboards, boasting about aggressive estate litigation. Naomi gave me a slow smile, one corner lifted higher than the other. Grace, she said, as if greeting someone irrelevant, but her eyes gleamed with expectation. She believed she had already won. Mr. Dalton entered last, carrying a thick folder. Was about to unleash. When he reached the head of the table, he rested a hand on the folder and looked at each of us one by one. Before we began, he said, "I want to note that James Ellington left explicit instructions for Elvis reading shows. We anticipated complications. Everything I'm about to share is clear under the circumstances that someone may find surprising. She may pursue the folder." Dalton opened the folder and began from the will. I, James Robert Ellington, witness my final will and testament. I leave 70% of my estate, including the family home investment accounts and assets, to my daughter, Grace Ellington. Silence snapped across the room. Naomi shot to her feet. "She's not his daughter," she shouted. "We have DNA proof. She has no legal." Dalton held up a hand. "Please sit. There is more." Reluctantly she did, though her jaw clenched so tightly I thought she might crack a tooth. Dalton continued, reading. "I have known since Grace was 2 years old that she is not my biological child. I chose to raise her anyway. I choose to leave her my legacy because she This decision requires no further validation." Naomi's complexion drained to a misty gray. Mom closed her eyes, pain tightening her features. But Dalton wasn't finished. 8 months before his death, Mr. Ellington hired a private investigator to document any attempts to manipulate or interfere with his estate. The investigator gathered substantial evidence. He placed a stack of documents on the table, payments, withdrawals, bills, and meeting logs, demonstrating Naomi Ellington's efforts to pressure her father into altering his will, including unauthorized withdrawals of $50,000 during his illness. Naomi's attorney stated, "We weren't informed," Dalton cut him off. "You were not required to be." Additionally, the investigation documented consultations with 3 estate lawyers,
Alright,
conversations
that
about
finishes
changes
that.
to the family inheritance, and the purchase of a DNA test mailed to Naomi's home address and gift wrapped. Naomi's eyes widened. "That's ridiculous," she said, voice shaking. "That was a joke." Dalton set down the final document, a handwritten note.
I'm doing alright, Mystic.
Mr. Ellington requested that I read this aloud. He unfolded the page. "Naomi, I'm Ben Whitman. I watched you try to manipulate your mother. I hoped you would choose differently. These contents part gasp, part growl. Her attorney leaned toward her. "Do not contest this," he whispered harshly. "There's a no contest clause. You will lose everything." But Naomi was silent. "This is fraud," she spat. "Grace manipulated her. She tricked my dying dad." Sarah stood. Her voice was quiet but powerful. "The will explicitly acknowledges Grace's parentage and documents Mr. Ellington's reasoning. Any contest would be frivolous and trigger the no contest clause, including repayment of outstanding loans, approximately $200,000. Naomi's face twisted. "That's not a loan. You can't give me that money." "Not according to the estate records," Dalton replied calmly. Mom finally spoke, her voice a fragile whisper. Naomi stopped. But Naomi couldn't. Years of entitlement, bitterness, and fear collided all at once. "This should be mine," she hissed. "All of it. I'm the real daughter. I'm the one who stayed." I stood slowly, my voice steady. "You didn't stay, Naomi. You controlled. You threatened. You put your life on secrets you never earned." She turned toward me, wielding. "You don't deserve Grace," Dalton said gently. "There your strength, your kindness, your integrity. You were my daughter, not by blood, but by choice. And I leave you my legacy, with absolute certainty that you will honor it. My vision blurred. When I looked up, Naomi finally understood. This wasn't my victory. It was her defeat crafted by the man she underestimated most. The legal fallout came faster than anyone expected. Naomi's attorney withdrew the next morning, leaving her scrambling for someone who would take the case that was already The judge dismissed it. Within minutes, the no contest clause was airtight. The evidence her inheritance vanished. The loan she gave her dad to the loss of converted into personal debt, to the estate of she was given 1 year to pay it, or face further legal action. For the first time in my life, Naomi looked small, just cornered by the consequences she'd always managed to outrun. Mom came to see me a week later. She sat on my Austin apartment couch, hands folded behind her back. She told me everything the truth about my biological father. Decades ago, infection carried but never confronted.
Let's get Pokeballs in chat.
Some things require distance, not closeness. I want to make things right, she whispered. I believe you, I said. But making things right starts with letting you live without carrying your secrets. In the months that followed, I stepped back from Denver entirely. I managed the estate in Sarasota, settled accounts, and chose quietly, deliberately the life I wanted next. It was the first time I made a choice without asking who it might disappoint. I left Denver behind, and a life in Oregon, where the lies couldn't reach me anymore. Some endings aren't loud. They're choosing peace over pain. And if you've ever been the overlooked one, know this. You deserve better than the people who failed to see you. Share their story below and subscribe for the next.
My new 28-year-old boss announced to the floor, Marcus just doesn't have the vision we need. I smiled, typed 3 sentences, and hit resign. By 9 a.m. Friday, the CEO had called 17 times. The federal auditor arrived at 11:02 and asked, "Where is?" The whiteboarded conference room 4B still had my projections on. The Q3 reconciliation.
Alright, so we gotta get up there.
I'd circled in red marker 2 weeks ago and labeled verified before close. Nobody had erased them. Nobody had even looked at them, apparently, because Delaney Crow was standing in front of that exact board with a clicker in her hand, telling 40 people in the open bullpen that the future of the department belonged to her. The blinds on the glass wall were up. That was deliberate. You don't open the blind. You open them when you want the rest of the floor to watch, when the meeting is less a meeting than a coronation with witnesses. She'd scheduled it for 9 a.m. on a Monday.
That's not gonna do what I need it to do.
She was 28. She'd been at Hartwell Brennan and Moss for 14 months. I'd been there 9 years, and for 6 of those years I've been the person they called at 11 at night when a close.
Bienvenido. Algo.
We're modernizing how we think about close cycles, she said. Pacing
See that, Captain Kenway? What
She
change?
had a way of pacing that made the pacing itself look like an idea. Velocity over precision. We can't afford people who want to triple check every number while the market moves past us. That's not diligence. That's fear dressed up as diligence. A couple of heads in the bullpen turned toward me, then turned back fast, the way people look at a car on the shoulder and then made themselves stop looking. I was standing near the printer with a stack of more pages in my hand. The pages were the reconciliation I brought that morning on my own time, off the clock, before anyone else was in the building, because the numbers on the Brightwater Holdings account had stopped making sense to me sometime around the second week of August, and I had not been able to let it go. I told myself for 3 weeks that I was being exactly the kind of person Delaney was describing. Slow, in love with the pennies. I told myself to drop it, and then I'd come in at 7 that morning and run it one more time, and it had stopped being a feeling and become a fact. Delaney clicked to the next slide. My name was on it. Not flattering. It was one of those slides built to look neutral and data-driven. A bar chart of close cycle contribution by team member, and mine was the short red bar on the left with a little downward arrow somebody had added by hand. Velocity over precision, rendered as a graphic. Marcus just doesn't have the vision we need, she said. And she said it the way you'd announce
How the fuck do I get up on that?
My presence was a formality. So I knew the shape of this. I felt it coming the way you feel a door about to close. That change in the air pressure in the room when the people in it have already decided something about you and are just waiting for you to catch up. I had 11 months to catch up. I'd use them. What Delaney didn't know, what nobody in that room knew, was what was in my hand. I set the pages face down on the printer tray, squared the edges, and walked back to my desk. I sat down. My mind.
You can handle dinner right. Genius, you call the shots. Didn't leave reliability or any business. That's genius.
There is a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun. That I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry, but it's kind of a different type of automation. Where it's going to go through.
Dios me guarde, están todos locos.
Picks off one of it was still open. The thing I've been staring at since 7 that morning. The thing that had made my stomach go cold and stay cold. Brightwater Holdings water log. Cross-referenced against the vendor master file. Cross-referenced against the approval chain. Brightwater Holdings did not exist. Not as a real counterparty. There was no tax identification on file that resolved to a real entity. The registered address, when I plugged it into a county record search the night before, came back as a UPS store mailbox in a strip mall outside Reno, Nevada. Suite number 214, which was a mailbox, not a suite. The bank routing on the wires pointed to a correspondent account that itself pointed somewhere I couldn't follow without a subpoena. Everything about Brightwater was a surface with nothing behind it. It had been added to the vendor master 11 months ago. The same month they restructured me out by an admin login that traced back to Delaney's analytics team. I knew it traced there because the vendor master keeps an immutable creation log. A thing most people forget exists because it's buried 3 menus deep and nobody looks at it unless they're the kind of person who triple checks the pennies. The creation timestamp was 6:47 p.m. on a Friday. The login was an analytics team admin credential. The IP resolved to an internal subnet assigned to our group's workstations. Since then, $4.2 million had moved through Brightwater in 41 separate wires. I counted them 3 times. 41. Each one was sized between $94,000 and $99,500. Every single one of them landed just under the $100,000 line that would have kicked the wire into a secondary manual review under the old process. The old process, my process, the one they called fear dressed up as diligence. Each wire had instead been approved on a velocity basis under the fast plus exemption, which let transactions below the threshold clear on a single approval with no second set of eyes. 41 transactions, none of them large enough to trip a wire, adding up to $4.2 million walking out the door in increments small enough to look like nothing. I'd circled 3 of those accounts on the whiteboard in red 2 weeks ago and written verifying before close. Nobody had looked. They'd left my handwriting up on the board and walked past it every day. And that morning, Delaney had stood directly in front of it to explain why people like me were the problem. I opened a new email. I addressed it to 3 people. The CEO, Walter Brennan, the head of internal audit, a quiet woman named Constance Yee, and one external address I looked up the night before and saved. An intake line for the regional office of the federal financial regulator that handles exactly this kind of thing. I checked the address twice. I checked it a 3rd time that morning. There would be no version of this where I claimed I'd sent it somewhere, and it turned out I hadn't. The order of the recipients mattered, and I knew it mattered. If I sent it to Walter first and the regulator second, there'd be a window, minutes, maybe seconds, where the firm knew before the government did. And in that window, things get deleted. Accounts get frozen by the wrong people. Credentials get rotated. Stories get aligned. So I put all 3 on the same email. 1 sec. Everybody looked at the same instant. No window. I typed 3 sentences. Brightwater Holdings and the vendor master is not a real counterparty. $4.2 million has moved through it in 41 sub-threshold wires since its creation 11 months ago. The originating admin credentials and all 41 approvals traced to the analytics team operating under the fast plus exemption. Supporting reconciliation attached. I'm resigning effective immediately and will be available to the auditor only. I read it back once. 3 sentences. No adjectives. No accusations I couldn't document. No verbs I couldn't defend. I've written reports for 9 years, and the thing 9 years teaches you is that the strongest sentence is the one that only contains things that are true and provable. Anger weakens a document. Facts don't need help. I attached the reconciliation. I attached the wire log, all 41 lines, with the sub-threshold amounts highlighted in a column I'd added so nobody would have to do the arithmetic themselves. I attached the vendor master creation history with the 6:47 p.m. Friday timestamp and the admin credential and the internal IP highlighted. 3 attachments, 1 for each sentence, so that the email had its proof clipped directly to it. Then, in a separate, much shorter email to HR and Walter, I wrote 1 line, please accept this as my immediate resignation, effective today, clean, separate. I I wanted the resignation to be its own document so that nobody could later argue the whistleblower email was something I'd only sent because I was being let go. I wasn't being let go. I was leaving on my own, in writing, with a timestamp, before anyone had said a word to me about my future. I clicked send on the first email, then I clicked send on the second. Through the glass wall, I could still see Delaney. She'd moved on to a slide about stakeholder agility. She was gesturing at it with a clicker, fully inside her own morning, and she had no idea anything had happened. Why would she? In her version of the last 10 minutes, she just delivered a clean, public win in front of 40 witnesses. The emails were already in 3 inboxes, and she was still talking about agility. I closed my laptop. I didn't take it with me. It was company property, and I wanted exactly zero ambiguity about what I had and hadn't removed from the building. I thought about that the night before, too. Everything I built my case on came from systems the firm owned and the regulator could independently pull. I didn't need to carry a single file out the door, and carrying files out the door is exactly the kind of thing a guilty institution points at later to muddy the water. So I took nothing that ran on electricity. I unplugged my personal phone charger from the wall and wound the cable around my hand. I put a coffee mug, a photo of my sister's 2 kids in a small frame, and a fountain pad my father had given me when I passed my exams into a canvas bag. That was the whole 9 years, physically. A mug, a photo, a pen. I left the warm reconciliation pages exactly where I'd set them on the printer, face down, because they were now evidence and I was not going to be the person who touched the evidence again. Hal from compliance caught my eye as I walked toward the elevator. He was a decent man in an indecent spot, and he'd been at this firm long enough to read a room like a barometer. He mouthed, "You okay?" I nodded. I was, actually.
Un trago, compañeros.
Clean lightness of having set something down that you've been carrying for a very long time. The way your arms float out on their own after you put down something heavy. I gave him a small nod that I hoped he'd understand later, when it all came out, as it wasn't you, and you'll be fine, and get away from the analytics team. The elevator doors closed on the 8th floor at 9:14 a.m. I watched the numbers count down, 8, 7, 6, and somewhere around 4 my personal phone buzzed once in my jacket pocket. I didn't look at it until I was in the lobby. Walter Brennan, the CEO, did not call reconciliation analysts. In 9 years...
There we go.
I let it ring out. I walked out the revolving door onto the street, into the kind of bright, cold morning that makes everything look sharper than it is, the light coming off the glass of the building behind me in a hard sheet. I kept walking. I didn't have a destination, only a direction, which was away. I walked 4 blocks south until I found a diner I'd never been to before. The kind with cracked vinyl booths, the color of old mustard, and a coffee pot that never stops moving, and a laminated menu with photographs of the food on it. I took a booth by the window. I ordered eggs over medium, rye toast, and coffee. I put my phone face up on the table next to the napkin dispenser, and I watched. The second call came at 9:31. Walter again. The third at 9:33. I didn't answer. There was nothing I could say to Walter that I hadn't already said in 3 sentences, and anything I said now would only give him something to work with. Silence isn't a strategy people respect, but it's a strategy that works, because a man who can't reach you can't negotiate with you. And Walter Brennan's entire career was built on being able to reach people and negotiate with them. By 9:15, there were 6 missed calls and 2 voicemails I didn't listen to. The eggs came. They were good. The yolk said exactly what
Oi, Kenway.
the toast actually buttered to the edges. The waitress, a woman in her 60s with a name tag that said Gloria and the unburied confidence of someone who has seen every kind of person sit in that booth. They felt like coffee twice without getting asked, which is the mark of a serious establishment. By 10:15, there were 11 missed calls. The texts had started by then, too. The first ones were from Walter's assistant, a young man named Devin, whose job that morning had abruptly become the worst job in the building. Marcus, Walter needs to speak with you urgently. Please call at your earliest convenience. Then, 20 minutes later, with the convenience language gone, Marcus, this is time-sensitive. Please call immediately. Then from Walter himself, who he never texted, who I genuinely wasn't sure did now, the message arriving with the strange spacing of a man hunting for letters. Call me. This is serious. Whatever you think you found, let's talk before anyone else is involved. That last one told me everything I needed to know before anyone else is involved. He read all 3 recipients on the email. He knew exactly who else was already involved, because I put them there on purpose at the same instant, and there was no calling them back. The acknowledgement had generated. The window was closed. Walter was a smart man trying the only door in the room, and the door had been welded shut at talking at the same time. I have the file open. I verified the vendor master timestamps independently. I pulled the creation log myself. I didn't take yours on faith. I'm not asking you to come back. I'm asking you one thing, and I need you to be exact, because I'm going to repeat your answer to people who matter. Is there anything in this that isn't real? No, I said. Every wire is real. Every approval is real. The amounts are real, and they're all real-world dollars that left the building. The counterparty is the only thing that isn't real. Brightwater doesn't exist. That's the whole story.
Let's put some Pokeballs in chat.
A pause. I could hear her keyboard going. Fast. The sound of someone matching what I'd said against what she was looking at. Okay, she said. Then I have to tell you. I need you to understand it the way I understand it. The regulator's intake line auto-acknowledged your submission at 9:21. I had the acknowledgement from as the named compliance contact. Once that acknowledgement generated, this stopped being something Walter can resolve internally, even if he wanted to. Even if everyone in this building got on their knees. It's logged with a federal case reference now. You understand that it's irreversible? I understand, I said. That's why I said it to them at the same time as Walter. So it couldn't be resolved internally. So nobody got the chance.
Stop there, you!
This time.
Let me out!
When she spoke again, her voice had changed slightly. The
not
professional
losing that
focus
bastard.
just enough to let something else through. That was smart, she said, almost to herself. She said the chain first. The chain needs it, and they never know why. Then, risk again. Don't talk to Walter. Don't answer the lady if she calls, and she will, once she understands. And she doesn't understand yet. Don't talk to anyone but the auditor when they reach you. I'll handle the inside. You've already done the hard part. She hung up. I set the phone down. The calls from Walter kept coming. 15, 16. I drank my coffee and I thought about the phrase, the chain eats it and they never know why. And I understood that I'd spent 9 years feeding things into that chain. Flags, variances, 3 red circles on a whiteboard, and watching the chain eat them. And that this one time I'd simply declined to use the chain at all. I learned the rest in pieces over the next several days. Partly from Constance, partly from the formal interview I gave the following day in a federal conference room with a court reporter and Raymond Okafor and a lawyer I retained the night I sent the email, and partly from the version of events that eventually became impossible for me. Because too many people on the 8th floor had watched it happen through the same glass walls. After my email landed at 9:13, Walter had done the thing that guilty institutions always do first. He tried to contain it. He pulled Delaney into his office at 9:40. After his first 3 calls to me went nowhere. Constance was already there. She walked into his office uninvited at 9:45 with a flag printed next to the sentence. You need to talk before you do anything, which is the most loyal thing an internal audit can say to a CEO and also a warning shot. And Walter was experienced enough to hear it as both. Walter wanted Delaney to explain the Brightwater account calmly, so they could understand the situation before. In his words, things got out of hand, not knowing they were already out of his hands and had been for 12 minutes. Constance told me was to deny. She said she'd never heard of Brightwater Holdings, that the name meant nothing to her, that this was clearly someone else's mess being pinned on her team by a bitter employee on his way out the door. She was good at it. She'd been good at the whole performance for 14 months. She was halfway convincing right up until Constance turned the monitor around on the desk and showed her the vendor master creation log, the 6:47 p.m. Friday timestamp, the analytics admin credential, the internal IP resolving to her own group subnet. Her second move, about 90 seconds later, was to retreat to the credential. The login must have been shared, she said. Half her team had admin rights. She couldn't be expected to monitor every action taken under every credential. This was a controls failure, and frankly it proved her point that the old processes were a mess. Constance said she watched Walter want to believe this, watched him lean toward it, because it was a door out and Walter badly wanted a door out. Her third move is the one that finished her. Walter asked the practical question, the question I would have asked, the question 9 years ago first, which was simply, where did the $4.2 million go? 41 wires.
There it is.
Out the door over 11 months. Where are they now? And Delaney, instead of answering, asked whether they could just reverse the entries and treat it as a cleanup item before close. Reverse the entries on wires that had already left the building, some of them 11 months ago, routed through a counterparty that didn't exist, to a correspondent account that pointed somewhere none of them could see. You cannot reverse a wire that cleared an audience by editing a ledger in March. The money was the question that had ever mattered was where, and her answer to that question was to ask if they could erase the question. Constance told me she watched Walter's face change at that exact sentence. Not at the denial, not at the shared credential excuse, at just reverse the entries, because it was the sentence of a person who knew the entries were there to be reversed. You don't reach for the reversal of a transaction you've never heard of. The denial had been a performance. The cleanup suggestion was a reflex. That was the moment, Constance said, when Walter understood
there! I will scrape you off my boots! Grazie. My thanks.
Allows us to
I'm
have
your
a
man now,
permanent
Capitano.
Never done that.
Holdings was not a name the regulator was seeing for the first time. It had surfaced faintly as a node in a pattern they were already mapping across 3 other firms in the region. The same kind of phantom counterparty, the same sub-threshold structuring, the same fast close exemptions being used as a tunnel. They'd been assembling the shape of it for months, and they'd been missing a clean internal record from inside one of the firms. My email didn't open the investigation. It completed it. I had handed them the last corner of a picture they'd been building in the dark, and I'd handed it to them with 41 highlighted lines and an immutable timestamp and the originating credential already traced, which is to say I'd handed it to them finished. Okafor walked past the lady's empty desk. She was in Walter's office by then. 24B, where the whiteboard still carried my projections and my 3 red circles and the words verified from close in my own handwriting, 2 weeks old, and finally, catastrophically, verified. They didn't know what the board meant yet. It learned constantly.
You have the wrong man! Why do you haunt me?
Where Walter and Delaney and Constance were standing.
Captain Kenway, just in time. I'll see you back aboard.
Walter still had his phone in his hand. Delaney had stopped talking. Finally, somewhere between the cleanup suggestion and the sound of the elevator, because some part of her had begun to understand that the moment she thought she was having was not what was actually happening. Walter looked at the 3 of them. He opened the thin letter for me. He checked the name written at the top of the first page against the road. Where is? He started. And here's the part I think about. The part I keep doing. He wasn't asking for me. I'd already written in 3 sentences that I'd be available only to the auditor, and Constance had passed in my number. He texted me on the line.
Captain, I can help.
He wasn't asking for Walter either, who was standing right in front of him with his hand still half raised from the 17th call, the CEO of the whole firm, the most powerful man on the firm.
Full all sail! You hear the news?
He was asking for money. The credentials traced to her team. The 41 approvals carried her.
I know she's a good sailor. Now prove it, my friend.
Racing to 40 people through the glass at my network. The originating login that created a counterparty that did not exist carried a group's name and a group's subpattern of fingerprints in the form of a 6:47 p.m. Friday timestamp. The very first question the federal auditor asked, standing in the office of a firm that held my 9 years and 14 months inside the same walls, was where the person responsible could be found. She was not. She was standing 11 feet away from me, going gray. The clicker from a
Go to the Royals! Come! Gallant! Wild! Start!
Cliff, get ahead, sir.
because the 17th call had been the last one. Because there was no 18th call worth placing.
Ease off the wind! Round it all off!
My screen said it said
Aloft, lads. Check those royals.
the thing he had spent 11 months building under the corporate velocity and vision of the future of the department contained in one morning. 3 sentences, 3 attachments.
Trim the yards off the wind!
Mainmast.
Round on every inch of sail!
Loose tops and royals.
Reef the topsails! Got it!
I left a tip large enough to be remembered.
Full.
Give me some speed!
Gathered my canvas bag with the bobbing of
Loose oars! Trim stop to the wind!
and I walked out
Stanzels, let's ride this squall.
back toward the building because there was nothing left in it that belonged to me and nothing left in me that belonged to it.
Our silence briefing, all talk!
Bring it on, Phil. Come and fight.
Captain in the water! Loose mainsail! All sail! She'll take it!
Crowd on all the sail we have!
Short sail! Get off the squall!
Ahoy aloft! Bring it all in!
Clews down! Catch some wind!
Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
Fire!
Keep your distance and you... Captain, look, Moses!
Douse the gallants and royals! Unfurl mains! Let's move!
Hail off!
Every line! Grab a duck on the wing!
All sails loose and stay tight!
Clews up! Eat her stick! Loose all! Let's move!
Got us that time!
That one did some damage!
God damn it.
Brace your bones, we're coming together!
Incoming ship!
Let's
Guns
go, keep
out!
the move!
Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Enemies got friends coming, sir! Look, they fire!
Incoming fire!
Taking a bumping, Captain!
Now's all but me!
Lay aloft and bring it!
All top!
Reef the foremen! Haul in the topsails! You ride the wind, for all she's worth!
In honor of Valentine's Day, here's the most loyal animal you've never heard of. This is a golden jackal. They're one of the few mammals that are monogamous, meaning they mate for life. Which means
Trim the yards off the wind!
they actually meet.
Hold down the crew! Hail the wind!
Also, jackals are unlike most male mammals that will jack out the male stays in the flock will even go on hunts with the mother. And it actually makes their success rate 3 times higher than if the mother would have gone alone. In fact, father jackals are so devoted that if he died or got seriously injured, there's a good chance his family would end up in a patch. When his partner's ready to give birth, he'll take a protective nursery girl or a gang of pups, and he'll defend them all with his life. And if there's ever a shortage of food, both parents will provide whatever's left in their stomach to feed their children. Well, I know it's disgusting, but it could be the only thing keeping this race alive. But lucky for the baby jackals, they have parents that actually work well, or at least better than 50% of marriages. In honor of Valentine's Day, here's the most loyal animal you've never heard of. This is a golden jackal. They're one of the few mammals that are monogamous, meaning they mate for life. Which means like after all marriages, when they stay till death do they part, they actually meet it. Golden jackal couples will spend their entire lives together, to the point where if one of them does become a widow, they won't even bother trying to find another. Also, jackals are one of the best fathers out there. Unlike most male mammals that will ejaculate and evacuate, the male stays and the father will even go on hunts with the mother. And it actually makes their success rate 3 times higher than if the mother would have gone alone. In fact, father jackals are so devoted that if he died or got seriously injured, there's a good chance his family would end up in a patch. When his partner's ready to give birth, he'll take a protective nursery and the mother all of his life. And if there's ever a shortage of food, both parents will provide whatever's left in their stomach to feed their children. Well, I know it's disgusting, but it could be the only thing keeping this race alive. But lucky for the baby jackals, they have parents that actually work well together, or at least better than 50% of marriages.
inside, worthy advocate.
No, I just want someone who feels easy to be with. Ooh, he looks like a safe option. Gets the job done, comes to my door, and detects 95% of colon cancer similar to colonoscopy. Ooh, and 3 for 5. Ooh. In a previous video, we proved I was getting worried.
I drove to my son's first day at his father-in-law's company.
Main house, let's go!
Trucks in the July heat.
Get up those roads, let's move.
That's all he said. His wife said nothing. My son's eyes filled when he saw me. Then I walked to my car. This isn't a story about getting fit. This is a story about what a man is willing to do. He watches his son disappear. Not only once, but slowly. The way a candle burns
Round it all on!
Loose all, party lights.
before I tell you what happened. I spent 31 years as a utility officer for a mid-sized bank in Central Ohio. I reviewed thousands of loan applications. I understood balance sheets the way few men understood box scores. Numbers don't lie. I learned over 6 decades of living that the people who smile the widest are usually the ones you need to watch most carefully. My son Derek is 34 years
Careful, Captain. His waters are close to be watched by our enemies.
dressed in that stunning way that takes never to look effortless. I like to walk
Bear it down on Lancer!
my son laughed. And for a man who had been quiet,
Enemy making for us, sir. Looks like a brigand. Colours are English. Give us a
All in the sunset!
Brief the men.
Fire!
Let's cap the whole place shot down. Ready to box, sir. Careful, Captain.
Great!
If he ducks.
Go, Evo! Heave!
What the fuck? You goddamn fucking freak.
Building with loading docks along the back. I parked and walked around the side, and that is when I saw him.
Press for impact. Hostile warships closing. That's the man of war, sir. They going forward. Those take the stop. Awaiting orders, sir. There's sir. Good shot to cripple. We're ready, sir. Vulnerable there, Captain. Fire! There's sir. Good shot to cripple. The captain place shot down.
Reef! Don't blow, fire!
Fire these eyes. Fire! Exposed.
Yeah, of course, because they're just gonna set me.
I put my hand on his shoulder, and I said quietly, "How long?" He knew what I was asking. Since the first week, he said, "That was
We're going to hit them! Stuck on the wind!
loading trucks and putting inventory
Back
on
off!
that now was set, right behind a glass wall, air conditioned, occupied by people who have his experience in the 30s.
Incoming fire!
I was still standing there with my hand on his shoulder.
More trouble, Captain!
His voice behind me.
Water Skidway!
I was there, or if it was coincidence, but Randall walked across the parking lot as exercise. And visiting the site,
Incoming fire!
using my name, using
Get away from us!
surprise visit. I said, I kept my voice level. I have had a great deal of practice keeping my voice level.
They are firing there! More to the dumpster! Go! We need the carpenter to fix that! They're firing mortars!
Didn't want him to get soft started at the top, he said. Got to learn the business.
Ease off the wind! Let's hit the star! Incoming fire! Stay out here! Range, Captain! Captain, look! Mortars!
I smiled back. Of course, I said, that makes sense. I said, come on. I drove across another 4 blocks, pulled into a gas station parking lot, and sat for a
Look, they fire mortars, Captain!
I want to be honest about what I felt in that moment, because I
Short sail! Get off the board! Right out the sail! They got us covered! Chris, keep the distance! Keep the second!
I used to get when I would open a loan application and realize 3 pages in that the numbers had been carefully constructed to hide something. A quiet alertness, a shift into a kind of professional stillness that my colleagues used to call my game face. Randall Hall had just made a very expensive mistake. He had done it in front of Riggs, and that witness had spent 31 years learning how businesses fall apart. I drove home, and I called an old colleague, a man named Frank Service, who had worked in commercial credit risk with me for 15 years before going out on his own as a financial consultant. I told Frank what I was seeing. I told him the name.
Fire! Whole place shut down! Ready to... We're ready, sir! Fire! Place is standing here! Fire! Flappers and full Give me some speed!
Frank called me
Loose the man! Toss them!
What he told me was not entirely surprising, but the scale of it was.
Reel him in, me clubs! Soon have you kissing my anger, boys!
Been struggling for 18 months.
If they come, grab them down for us! Keep them back!
Hey, I needed to fucking fix my boat after that shit.
I paid was considerably less than the face value of the loan. And
Mid?
22% stake. Gerald and Randall had not been on a good
You're
terms.
short and you smell like horse shit.
A fact that had never made it to any dinner conversation, but which Frank's contacts confirmed through several independent sources. Gerald was 68 years old, retired, and very interested in a clean exit that would fund his retirement.
Not a job.
Met Gerald for lunch at a quiet restaurant in Columbus. I told him
Actually, yes, we will add
we had a long conversation
to the fleet. We'll add you to the fleet.
about the difficulty of operating a multi-location business. In the current, Gerald was candid in the way that tired people often are. He had stopped performing for audiences he no longer cared about impressing. By the end of lunch, Gerald knew who I was in relation to Randall.
Nobody tickles my butthole.
It was straightforward enough, but it required a conversation with my son that I'd been preparing for and dreading in equal measure. I drove back down to see Derek on a Saturday morning when I knew he wouldn't be at the warehouse. He met me at a diner near their...
Yeah, no.
He looked better than he had in the parking lot cleaner, rested. But there was still something behind his eyes that wasn't there before the marriage. A kind of careful guardedness, a look of someone who has learned to stop expecting things. I told him what I had found out about the company. Not everything, not yet, but enough. The financial position, the debt situation, the fact that his father-in-law had brought him in not to develop him. But I now believed as a tax on his daughter's marriage to establish dominance, to make it clear whose table Derek sat at. Derek was quiet for a long time after I finished. He looked at his coffee. He said, I knew something was wrong with the business. I tried to bring it up with Randessa. Once he stopped, cleared his throat with Vanessa. She said her father knew what he was doing, and I should stay in my lane. He said it without bitterness, which was almost worse than if he had said it with bitterness. He had already processed it. He had already absorbed it and filed it somewhere quiet. What did she say? I asked, when you tell her how you're being treated at work. He turned his coffee cup in his hands. She says her dad does things his own way, and I need to give it time. He paused. She's never once said that what he's doing is wrong. Not once. But more than anything else told me what I needed to know about where this was headed. Survive. A man cannot survive a marriage.
Hey, Pokeballs in chat.
Maybe without fully understanding that she was making it, but she had made it quietly every time she said nothing, which was every time it mattered. I did not make any promises to Derek that morning. I told him I was working on some things. I told him I needed him to be patient a little longer, and to keep doing his job, whatever job they gave him, with the same integrity he always had. He nodded. He trusted me, which is one of the most humbling things a son can offer his father. On the drive home, I called my attorney and told him to prepare the paperwork. It was time. Randall received a formal notice from my attorney's office on a Monday morning in early October. It was a notification of debt acquisition standard language, professionally worded, informing him that his primary credit facility had been transferred to a new holder. My name was on the letterhead. There was a changed hands. My attorney returned those calls. At my attorney's downtown Columbus office. I did not bring Derek. I did not want Derek there for the confrontation. This was not about the satisfaction of watching his father-in-law squirm. That kind of satisfaction fades quickly, and I did not want my son to carry the image of his wife's father being cornered. Some things are better handled outside of what your children have to witness. I arrived early. I poured myself a cup of coffee.
Alright, let's clear this route. Finally.
Which I believe is he had his own attorney with him. I did not like a man who had not slept well. Slacks. Cups. was a
Excellent.
boss. I spoke. I told Randall in plain language what the financial situation of his company actually was. I walked through it the way I used to walk through troubled loan reviews methodically without editorial, just the numbers. The drawdown on the credit line, the deferred supplier payments, the sublease on the Indiana location, the inventory discrepancy that Frank had identified between reported values and estimated market values. Randall's attorney was taking notes. Randall himself was looking at the table. I said, I'm not here to destroy the company. I'm here to restructure it. There are 3 conditions. The first condition was operational. Derek would be moved to a director-level logistics and operations role with a compensation package appropriate to his experience and title. He would have real authority and real responsibility. The warehouse work was finished. The second condition was financial. Randall would personally guarantee no further unauthorized encumbrances on company assets and would submit to quarterly financial reporting reviewed by an independent party of my choosing for a period of 3 years. The third condition had nothing to do with the business. I told Randall that I wanted him to understand with absolute clarity what he had done. Not to the company, not to me, his son-in-law. I told him that what he had done
Happens at the home.
every day in the 6 months before
Lucy has to win!
was his decision. It was a choice to diminish a person who had done nothing to deserve it. And I told him that I would be watching every forward to make sure that choice was not repeated. Randall said nothing for a long moment. Then he said quietly, this is about Derek. I said, it's about Derek. His attorney asked for a brief recess.
Not my fight. I am not getting involved.
All in the sunset! All down in the blue house! Blue on top! Down those things!
Let's let those ships battle it out. I got other priorities, motherfuckers. Fuck that. Although I could probably take all 4 as long as I'm careful. I just don't want to.
Not just gratitude, but the recognition of one adult for another. He said,
I'm actually trying to do something that
financial sense.
could prove very beneficial.
I said, but that's not what I did. He understood the solution. 3 days later,
Fighting those ships would be a waste of my fucking time. Also, none of those ships are big enough that I'd be willing to keep them for the fleet. So, also a waste of fucking time.
Captain has
told me
another.
that he had asked her directly whether she believed that what her father had done to him was acceptable. She had thought about it for a while, and then she had said that her father built his business for nothing.
Blue down! Handsome win! Time's up! Let's get moving!
He said,
Pull along. Man your teeth.
I just didn't want to know. I didn't say anything immediately. When my son had
I'm looking for ships at least level 40.
this opportunity to choose him, and she had not. Not because she was a bad person necessarily. That love can crowd out other things. Marriage requires a lot of understanding. It costs them something. Vanessa had been given that chance.
Bring the yards off the wind! Loose all! Winds out to the wind! Starboard!
Gallows and rails. Looks like loose.
They had finally made a decision they were afraid of, and felt they were surviving. Vanessa's family contested some aspects of the settlement.
No, not really.
He started the director of operations role at Furnishings the first week of the new year. Within 60 days, he had identified significant
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
and saved the company enough on a monthly basis to materially improve cash flow. Randall signed off on every recommendation. I don't know whether that silence was resentment or
Something down below us, sir.
the acceptance of a man who
Yeah, I know there is. That's why I'm coming over here.
Randall Holt learned a life lesson.
Down's all but me!
I am not in the business of redeeming people who are indifferent to redemption. What I can tell you is that he stopped talking about my son as if he were furniture in my presence. And as far as I can determine outside of He stopped altogether. Derek is doing well. He bought a house in the spring, his own, small but solid, a few miles from the company's main facility. He has started cooking again, which he had stopped doing somewhere in the middle of the bad years. He calls me on Sunday afternoons. We talk about the business, about the Buckeyes, about whatever is on his mind. He sounds like himself again. The careful guardedness is mostly gone.
Oh, that's not going to be fun. Fucking sharks.
Every hard chapter they lived through, but mostly gone. I think about that parking lot in July sometimes. The way he pressed his mouth together to keep himself from falling apart in front of his father-in-law and his own father, both. I think about how long he had been carrying that before I found out. 6 months of warehouse work and silence, and a wife who smiled when she should have spoken. I am 63 years old. I have made a great many financial decisions in my life, and I have tried to make them carefully with due diligence and appropriate skepticism, and the understanding that numbers tell a story that people try very hard to escape. The debt acquisition on Old Home Furnishings was by every measurable standard a reasonable investment that has so far gone as expected. But I want to be honest with you about what it actually was. It was a father walking into a parking lot and seeing his son press his mouth together to keep from crying. It was the drive home and the 4 miles of gas station parking lot where I sat looking at the dashboard. It was every Sunday afternoon phone call where Derek sounded a little further away from himself, and I kept waiting for it to get better, and it kept getting worse. Some things are worth doing because they make financial sense, and some things make financial sense because you needed to do them anyway, and the numbers were kind enough to cooperate. I don't know which category this falls into, maybe both. Maybe that's the best outcome a man can hope for when what he needs to do and what he can justify doing turn out to be the same thing. If you are watching this and you have someone in your life who is disappearing, not all at once, but slowly, the way a candle burns down, trust what you are seeing. Trust your instincts. The people who tell you you're overreacting are often the ones who benefit from your silence. And if you have a child who presses their mouth together to keep from falling apart in front of you, please understand something. They are not asking you to fight their battles. They are asking you to see them. That is all any of us ever really ask. To be seen by someone who will not look away. I saw my son. I did not look away. That is the whole story. That is all of it.
You're not going to convince me this isn't a social experiment by nature to see how much f***ery they could get away with shoehorning into one animal. Platypus are built like a middle finger to their natural order. I'm not even finna waste time on what you already know. It's a duck cosplaying beaver with web feet that lays eggs as a mammal. They also produce milk, but since they're a mammal with no mammaries, instead they sweat it. So if you're a pug level platypus, you gotta get calories from mommy's arm crotch. Armpit. That sounded... I don't even know why I said that. My bad. They have no teeth. Instead, they use rocks as DIY dentures. They have no stomach and go straight down their gullet. Speaking of food, platypus went blind and deaf, so they hunt using electroreceptors. Letting me know they slow the sharks don't flow. Don't worry, it gets weirder. They have a 3-in-1 hole, literally one hole that serves every purpose, and apparently that was so fascinating that folks named their entire family reunion after it. Don't know what I mean? We'll have to watch this film. Monitoring. Males have a venomous fur containing a toxin more powerful than morphine, as in if you get bitten by a fedora warrior, you're basically cooked for months until the pain wears off. And yeah, it can take months. Their bill nearly gave scientists a brain hemorrhage because far as to see it novels and hopes and that people stitch random animal parts together as a practical joke. Little did they know. Platypus have a 2-headed DNA host covered in spines. Don't look it up. I did. I regret it. In late 2020, we found out this beaver tail identity crisis is bioluminescent. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Dan Povenmire came up with the idea for Perry in 1994, so either he or nature itself is beaming on us. Now I'm leaning towards Dan because you know what a platypus sounds like? strong than I thought they were as a kid. Also, the babies are called Poes, the more you know.
King Shark! Get off of me! Whew. Holy shit. That was kind of scary, honestly. Alright, I do need to run to the restroom, grab me some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Hang tight.
Smarter than Albert Einstein, graduated from UCLA Medical School with honors. After that, she opened her very own practice and also became a part-time professor at her alma mater. Fast forward to 2010, Jackie was 49 years old. She was in a relationship with a 58-year-old man named William Moody. It's fairly easy to deduce from the reporting that came from this case that Jackie and William thought a lot. On Wednesday, August 25th of that year, Jackie was spotted by herself at a Mediterranean restaurant having some drinks. The following morning, Jackie did not show up for work. Her assistant noticed after a couple of failed attempts at getting in touch with Jackie, he called Jackie's boyfriend. William would explain that the night before he was in his house. At some point, he saw Jackie pull up in front of his house. He sensed there was going to be some conflict. He decided to actually slip out the back door before Jackie could see him and went to a friend's house to spend the night with his friend. He had not been back to his actual property. William would tell the assistant and see if she's still there. Right outside of his house is Jackie's car. Jackie's luggage, on her purse, her cell phone, her wallet is all open inside of the car. William just starts yelling out for Jackie as he begins to walk around his house. And there's no sign of Jackie, and there's no sign that anybody else had been in here. William calls the medical assistant and says he's not here. The assistant says something's up.
All right.
I told you not to get in the truck and you pulled away from me. Why are you even bothering? You should have just said, who are you? And I would have said, oh, I'm here. I live here. Okay, have a nice night. Thanks for patrolling the property. We appreciate it.
As a practicing civil rights lawyer, I'll go over some of the constitutional rights at play that you should understand. Let's get down to it. This video comes to us from St. Croix, Wisconsin. It was submitted by the kid you'll see in the video. His name is Louis Sandoval, and this is what he says happened. He was having a bonfire on his own property, but he forgot a few things in his garage. So instead of pulling all the way back up to the house on the driveway, which would wake up the sleeping family members, he pulls back in front of the second driveway, which is a secluded dead-end road with no traffic, and he ran back into his garage for just 2 to 3 minutes. And upon returning, he sees a person open his door and was rummaging around in his truck. Now, this person ended up being a sheriff's deputy, who he says was instantly aggressive and grabbed onto him without identifying himself as a police officer. Didn't know who he was.
Hello. Hi. How you doing? What are you doing? Please over here. Sit there. What are you doing? Sit over here. What do you think you're doing? Why is your car in the middle of the road? Oh, because I live here? Okay, well, on this property? Not the road, you don't? What are you doing? Hey, come over here. Stop. Come over here, I said. Stop it. Stop it. I said, it's your stop. What? It says stop. It said not to get in the trunk. Stop it. You stop it. You doing? I told you to stop, dude. You stop. You. Truck's in the middle of the road here. What? And they blister you. Oh my God. You're trying to get in the truck, dude. You smell it.
Luke wrote, he said that he instantly and aggressively grabbed onto him after he tried to shut his door. Within the first minute, Luke was thrown to the ground after being grabbed multiple times and kneed, which resulted in broken ribs after he was called in pain. He says that this was a random patrol and there was no complaint or call. He also says that it's important to note that there were no emergency lights activated. The officer never identified himself in advance or gave any commands. Nevertheless, he ended up getting charged with resisting.
What was your problem? I told you not to get in the truck. I live here. This is our property. Your truck on the road here, dude. Dude, I don't give a f*** on you. You're so in fire. You are. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. So you're doing this because I
this footage, we see Luke is going for the passenger door, not the driver's side door, where he would immediately be able to operate the vehicle. There was no emergency reason he had to lay his hands on his kid within 5 seconds. There was no call, there was no report of a crime being done. Sort of suspicious. And since the kid was not subject to a traffic stop, he was not under arrest, he had not been seized, it is always his option to not engage with a police officer. He doesn't have to answer any questions. What should that officer have done? Well, if somebody doesn't want to answer questions, you don't just put your hands on them and grab them, put them in handcuffs, and then ask them questions. You look at your other options. You observe. Does he get in the truck and drive? Does he appear to be? Do you see him committing a crime? Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Not one relative showed up to my wedding. The next morning, Dad
I don't know if I
texted
can figure out how to get that
$8,400
animus
by noon. I
fragment.
sent $1 and blocked him. 3 weeks later, he appeared at my door with 2 officers and a document that had my new husband's name on it. The florist called at 10 in the morning, 4 hours before the ceremony, asking if anyone was coming to help with the arch arrangement. I told her it was fine, that my side would figure it out. I didn't know yet that there was no side. Not anymore. 32 chairs sat on the left of the aisle at the Winemere Estate in Collinsworth, Virginia. White linen draped over each one, little sprigs of lavender tucked into satin bows. The coordinator, a sharp-jawed woman named Priya Osmond, kept glancing at the empty rows and then back at me like she was waiting for me to explain something. They're running late, I said. She nodded carefully. We can push the processional by 15 minutes. Do that. I stood in the bridal suite on the second floor, phone in hand, scrolling through the family group chat I hadn't been removed from yet. 41 members, not one message about the wedding. No on our way, no running behind, no congratulations. The last message was from my cousin Brandon Tall, posted 2 days earlier. A photo of a barbecue at my parents' house. My father was in the background, flipping burgers. My mother was laughing at something my aunt said. Everyone looked relaxed, comfortable, like nothing was happening that weekend. Corinne Alvari, my maid of honor, a friend I trusted enough to stand next to me, came in holding 2 glasses of champagne. She stopped when she saw my face. Nobody's here, I said. What do you mean, nobody? Look, I turned the phone toward her. Not one car, not one person. Priya's been stalling. Corinne set the glasses down. She walked to the window and looked out over the venue lawn. The right side, Callum's side, was filling in. His parents, his brother Rowan, his college friends, his co-workers from Praddock and Lyle Engineering. 40-something people, laughing, finding seats, shaking hands. My side was empty. Not one chair occupied, not one relative, not one member of the Kendner family. This wasn't a surprise in the way surprises are supposed to work. Sudden, unexpected, out of nowhere. This was more like the final page of a book I'd been reading for years without admitting it. My family had always operated on a ledger. Everything was transactional. Every holiday.
All right, let's get some Pokeballs in chat.
Phone call had a price tag attached to it. And
Oh.
if you didn't pay up, you got written off. My father, Garrison Kettner, was the bank. My mother, Dove, was the accountant. And I had stopped making deposits the day I told them I was marrying Callum Breck. It started 14 months before the wedding. I brought Callum home for Thanksgiving dinner at the house in Fair Hill Crossing, Pennsylvania. Big colonial, white shutters, American flag on the porch, the whole performance. My father shook Callum's hand at the door like he was interviewing a contractor. What do you do? He asked before we even sat down. Structural engineer, Callum said. I work with Praddock and Lyle out of Richmond. My father nodded once. No smile. And your family? My dad's retired Navy. Mom teaches 4th grade in Wenatchee. That was the end of it. No follow-up. No warmth. Garrison carved the turkey and didn't speak to Callum again until dessert, when he looked across the table and said, You know Meredith's trust matures in 3 years. Callum blinked. I'm sorry. Her trust, my father repeated. $600,000. It's structured through Marbeck Holdings, which I manage. I want to make sure there's no confusion about who controls that. Dad, I said. I'm being clear, he said. That's all. Callum looked at me. I looked at the table. My mother refilled my glass and said nothing. After that, every interaction came with condition. When we got engaged, my father didn't congratulate us. He called me the next morning and said, I hope you understand you're walking away from a lot of support if you go through with this without consulting me first. I
cadence that made every word feel like it mattered. Cullen cried. Not a dramatic, shuddering cry, just tears rolling quietly down his face while he held both my hands. I didn't cry, not because I wasn't moved. I was, but something had hardened in me between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Something that had been soft my entire life had finally calcified, and I was grateful for it. Priya had rearranged the seating at some point during the delay. She'd collapsed the left side entirely, pulled the chairs into clusters around cocktail tables. Like it was always meant to be an asymmetrical setup. I didn't notice until after the ceremony, when Callum pointed it out. She moved everything, he said quietly, so it wouldn't look empty. I finished. Yeah. I found Priya later, near the bar, adjusting a centerpiece. I touched her arm. Thank you, I said. She just squeezed my hand and walked away. The reception was beautiful. Rowan gave a toast that started with a joke about Callum once getting his head stuck in a fence as a kid and ended with something unexpectedly sincere about how he'd never seen his brother love anyone the way he loved me. The room went quiet. Callum's college roommate,
Come on!
raised his glass so hard champagne sloshed onto his tie. Callum's mother, Annette, danced with me to a song I'd never heard before. Something old and
Motherfucker!
halfway through. She leaned close and whispered, "You're ours now." I almost cried then, but I held it. She didn't let go for the whole song. We cut the cake, a 3-tier vanilla with elderflower frosting that Callum had picked because I couldn't decide. We danced. His father, Dennis, pulled me aside near the end of the night and said, "I don't know your parents. I don't know what happened, but I want you to know that you have a family. You hear me?" I nodded because speaking would have broken something I was holding together with both hands. We left the venue at midnight in a car Dennis had rented, with cans tied to the bumper and a hand-painted sign that Rowan had made that said "Just Married" in lopsided blue letters. We drove to a bed and breakfast in Harrington, 40 minutes south. We didn't talk about my family. We didn't talk about the empty chairs. Callum held my hand the whole way and didn't ask questions I didn't want to answer. The next morning, I woke up at 7:12. I know the exact time because Callum was still asleep, and the first thing I saw when I reached for my phone was the notification. One text from my father. It said, "Wire $8,400 to the Marbeck account by noon. Consider it the repayment for the venue deposit I fronted 6 months ago. Don't test me on this, Meredith." I sat up in bed and read it twice. The venue deposit. He was talking about the deposit for the Winebeer estate. 6 months earlier, before everything deteriorated to the point of silence, my parents had offered to cover the deposit as a wedding gift. My mother had called and said, "We want to do this for them." I'd thanked her. I'd sent flowers. I'd written a card. It was, I thought, the one uncomplicated gesture they made. Now it was a debt. No one for my
Names out, let's go!
Not one phone call. Not
Lay
one
aloft on the floor, come on!
The very first morning of my marriage,
Go,
my
go,
father
go!
texted me demanding money. I said,
Pull hearty, lads! Firm on me!
Unfold, mate! Let's move! Every line, grab us up on the way!
Aloft, lads! Take off, Royal!
And I could feel, very clearly, the line between the person I'd been and the person I was going to be from now on. I opened my banking app. I found the Marbeck Holdings transfer option. My father had set it up years ago for trust-related distributions. The interface was clean, minimal, just an about field and a convert button. I typed the number.
Slow, slow! Fantasy!
I
Keep
stared at
right,
it for a
boy!
second, not because I was hesitating, because I wanted to remember exactly how this felt, the precision of it, the geometry of the decision. $8,400 demanded. $1 cent. It wasn't about the money. It was about the language. $1 said, "I received your message. I understood your demand, and here is what it's worth to me." I confirmed the transfer. The screen flashed green. Transaction complete. Then I went to my phone's
There's loot
contact list.
floating here!
I started with my father. I opened his contact card. The one I've had since I was 16. The one with the little house emoji next to his name that I'd added in high school because I thought it was cute. I blocked it. Then my mother. Her card still had her birthday noted. A reminder I'd never deleted. Blocked. Then Jolene. Then Win. Then Tina. Then my Uncle Porter.
No, back!
Then my
Keep us
Then
distance and use
cousins
the
I
more!
hadn't spoken to
Ready
in
to
years.
back
Still
up!
had the option of calling. Still had the door cracked open. One by one. Every camera. Every single one. Each block felt like a lifetime.
You were breaking apart!
We be touched!
Like
Creeping all up! Fire! Got the angle wrong.
warning, I said. Warning. He looked at me.
Fire! Take this fire!
Avoid her around at all corners!
Three missed calls from an unsafe number. Left a voice.
Fire! Don't waste the fire! Fire! Brief this hospital! Gather!
Please tell Meredith this isn't a game.
I said Dose! Dose before, hurry!
Never respond to any of it. The second week, things
Hold tight,
escalated.
here it
My
comes!
sister Jolene called Callan from the
Pull! Feel the love is in!
Jolene said without introduction, I need to
I'm not dead, brother!
Dad's serious. He's talking about lawyers. Tell your dad to call me.
If they can't, let them dead for us!
Tuesday afternoon, I was working from home. I'd taken a remote position with the
If they can't, let them dead for us! Do not let them board us! No!
the doorbell rang. I looked through the people and thought was coming up. Cassie Kepner stood by my porch.
There we go.
With a name tag that said Guthrie and the kind of face that had seen 1,000 domestic disputes and wanted to see 0 more. The other was younger, maybe late 20s, with the stiff posture of someone who didn't want to be there and a name tag that read Pallone. Man, Officer Guthrie said. He spoke carefully, like he was reading from a script he'd memorized. We're not here to enforce anything. Mr. Kepner requested a civil standby while he delivers some documents. That's
We have looted some goods useful for operating the ship, sir!
our engaging conversation. Documents, I repeated. My father held out the manila folder. Open it. I looked at the folder. I looked at it.
Now that bad boy I want my fleet.
Marbeck Holdings closed its first million in managed assets. He always wore it when he wanted people to notice it. I took the folder. Inside were 3 pages. The first was a printout of the wire transfer confirmation. The $8,400 deposit he made to the Montreal State 6 months ago, with the transaction number highlighted in yellow. The second was a typed
Get away, sir! That's it! Crowd on ammunition!
over a wedding deposit. You need to leave. He didn't move. I'm not leaving
Bring
until
the
he
yards
says
off
this.
the wind!
I looked at Officer Guthrie.
Read the foreman! Hold in the topsail! Captain! Land! Hold down! Hold down! See yourself secured! Drag them to that dude!
The officers followed. The younger boy glanced back at me once, then got into cruiser. I closed the door. Sat down.
Fucking climb, you goddamn idiots. My ship. God damn it.
We're not done. What do you mean? Your father's attorney filed a lien he knew was defective. That's not just bad strategy. That's misconduct. I'm filing a formal complaint with the Virginia State Bar against Grafton Selway, alleging that he assisted in the filing of a knowingly defective lien and participated in a pattern of legal intimidation designed to coerce payment of a non-existent debt. Is that going to go anywhere?
A fine
It's
prize,
going
Captain.
exactly where it needs to go, into Grafton Selway's professional record. She accompanied Drummond, Selway, and Poole's managing partner, a man named Harlan Drummond, on every piece of correspondence.
Football's out.
Every filing, every motion. Harlan Drummond's name was on the CC line, which meant he knew exactly what his associate had done and exactly how exposed the firm was. Within a week, Grafton Selway personally called Emmeline and asked if the complaint could be withdrawn. That depends, Emmeline said, on whether your client is prepared to formally acknowledge that the deposit was a gift, withdraw all claims against both the Brecks, and issue a written apology. A written apology? He sounded like she'd asked him to do a cartwheel in a courtroom. Not negotiable. 3 days later, a one-paragraph letter arrived from Drummond, Selway, and Poole. It was printed on their heavyweight green letterhead, the firm's name embossed at the top in navy ink. It stated that Garrison Kettner acknowledged that the deposit made to the Winemere estate was a voluntary contribution made without expectation of repayment, and that he withdrew all claims against Meredith and Calum Breck. There was no apology. Emmeline noted this, filed a supplemental brief with the State Bar documenting the refusal to comply with the full terms, and moved on. The lien was gone. The legal threat was neutralized. Column's truck was clean. And somewhere in a law office in Pennsylvania, Grafton Selway was explaining to his managing partner why a routine favor for a wealthy client had turned into a sin. And I hadn't spoken to him since the day I told him to leave my porch. 2 days after he was discharged, my mother called me. Probably a new phone or a prepaid. She said, I almost hung up, but somehow your father's been humiliated. By whom? By you. By that lawyer. By this whole situation. He was trying to protect the family's interests, and you turned it into a legal battle. He filed a lien against my husband's truck, Mom, because you sent him $1. $1. Meredith, do you know how that felt? Do you know how 32 empty chairs felt? She was quiet for a long time. I could hear her breathing, the way she breathed when she was choosing between honesty and performance. We couldn't support the wedding, she finally said. Not the way things were. Your father didn't approve of the marriage. That you were making a decision. The family, I said. The family that said cops. Officers, Mom. She never cried loud. It was controlled, practiced, the kind of crying that was supposed to make me feel guilty. I'm not doing this, I said. Meredith, you had a choice. All of you. You chose him. You chose the money. You chose the ledger. And now you're calling me to tell me Dad's feelings are hurt because his bluff got called. I'm done. You can't just cut off your entire family. Watch me. I hung up and blocked the number. Over the following month, things got quiet. The kind of quiet that feels structural, not temporary. No letters, no calls, no intermediaries. The Kettners retreated into whatever fortress they'd built for themselves, and I let them. Callum and I settled into our life in Richmond. We adopted a dog from the SPCA, a grizzled beagle mix named Huck, who slept on our feet and growled at the mailman. His colleague T. Marvell, designing modular flood barriers for coastal municipalities. And his mother made because they stopped existing, but because I stopped being available. I changed my number, deleted the family group chat, removed every Kettner from every platform, every contact list, every emergency form. When Northwell and Bassett asked for an emergency contact, I put Corinne Alvari. When the doctor's office asked for family medical history, I wrote what I remembered and left the rest blank. One afternoon in February, about 5 months after the wedding, Kareem was from Brennan, Texas. Taken to my parents' house during what looked like a sleep. My father was in his recliner. My mother was in the kitchen.
Go ahead and make these routes easy enough.
The message and went back to work. Because here's what they never understood, and what I'd finally stopped trying to teach them. Family isn't a balance sheet. It's not a ledger. It's not a deposit you get to claw back when someone marries the wrong person or refuses to answer to your authority. It's supposed to be unconditional. And if it's not, if it comes with terms and conditions and repayment schedules and property liens, then it's not family. It's a business relationship. And I terminated the contract. Callum came home that night. He circled his legs like a bicycle. About the fun. He looked at me for a moment, holding a container. He nodded once. And started. It just sounded. Decided I was done being owned. I never asked for the trust money. I never called about it. I never checked the balance. Some doors, once you close them, you don't even look at the hinges. I filed the manila folder in a drawer in our home office. The attorney letter, the lien paperwork, the transfer confirmation. All of it. Not because I needed it. Not because I was keeping score. But because someday, if anyone asked me for my entire family, barbecue photos. I'd sent it on the other side of the door. 32 unused process. Thread hanging on a mantle in Wenatchee. I didn't need anything else. At 6 a.m., my unemployed sister showed up at the apartment I rent from my parents. "I'll live here," Mom said. "We're doubling your rent to cover our expenses." When I said I'd move out, they smirked. So, I took all the furniture. My name is Adam. I'm 28. In my family, I'm the reliable one. I show up early, fix things, pay on time, don't make a scene. My sister Chloe is 26 and special. That's what my parents call her. Special means there are no rules. Reliable means I'm expected to absorb the rules for everyone else. I rent a small apartment my parents own above their garage. Been there since I was 22. I pay on the first every month. I buy my own groceries, replace my own light bulbs, patch the peeling paint in the bathroom because Dad keeps saying he'll get to it, and never does. I work inventory at a distribution center. It's not glamorous, but it's steady. I like steady. Steady lets me sleep. Chloe lives in the main house. Sometimes she has jobs. Sometimes she doesn't. When she quits, Mom says the manager was toxic. When I stay late to cover shifts, Mom says I'm obsessed with money. That's the rhythm. I learned a long time ago not to expect praise. I tell myself I'm not paying attention. I just want basic fairness. A clean line between mine and not mine. A please and a thank you once in a while. Nothing big. The first
All set! She'll take it!
Quite much. It was a
Son,
Sunday dinner.
let's ride this squall!
Roast chicken, green beans, store cake with 2 sweet frosting. I got there early to help. Dad handed me a toolbox and said, "That cabinet hinge is loose again." I fixed it. Chloe showed up late with a paper bag from the bakery and called it a little treat.
That goes off with me!
Dad said,
Reef before me! Blew up!
"Adam, if you
Tons up
crash
with
out,
a wheel!
We sat down. Dad lifted his glass. Let's say one thing we're proud of this year. I kept it simple. I got moved to lead receiver. Small raise. I'm learning how to schedule a team. Aunt Nora nodded toward me. That's solid. Mom didn't look up. Don't get cocky. Titles make people lazy. Chloe cleared her throat. I'm proud I've taken mental health, she said. I left a job that didn't align with my values. Dad being brave. I chewed and tried to keep my face neutral. I thought about how I'd spent Saturday fixing my own leaky sink, then mowing the strip of grass behind my stairs because no one else would. I thought about the rental on my dresser, over the seat. Aunt Nora turned to me again. You still in that apartment over the garage? Yeah, I said. It works for me. Mom cut in quickly. Family raped. He's lucky. She said it like I should bow. It's Martin, I said quiet. Dad tapped his phone. Don't start. Chloe swirled her wine. He likes rules, she said smiling. He gets cranky when things change. I took a sip of water. I like notice, I said, and doors that stay closed when I lock them.
Clues down! Add some wind! Crowd it all on!
Mom handed out stacked plastic.
Crowd on all the sail we have!
Take the good pieces, she said. Then she turned to me. Adam, help me box the decorations. We stood at the counter in that tight little triangle. Me, Mom, Chloe. The room smelled like dish soap and frosting. Mom kept her eyes on the cling wrap while she spoke. Casual voice, like weather. By the way, she said, we're thinking Chloe might spend some time upstairs, just for a bit. A soft reset. My hands went still. Upstairs. Where? In your place, Mom said. It makes sense. You're responsible. We'll keep her on track. She smiled like it was decided. We'll chat later. Chloe looked at me over the rim of her glass. Relax. It's family. Dad walked in and grabbed a drumstick with his fingers. Don't be territorial, Adam. It's our property. You rent. I didn't say anything. I lined the lids one by one until they clicked. My stomach felt heavy like I'd swallowed a bone. I tried to picture the next week. Work at 6, coffee at 8, laundry Thursday night, regular things. Normal. Chloe moved my shoulder to the container. You'll be fine, she said. You're good, Sharon. Mom wiped the counter. We'll talk details tomorrow, she added. No stress tonight. I nodded once, because nodding is easier than fighting in a kitchen with cake crumbs everywhere. I carried the trash bag out to the bin, tight and tight, and stood in the dark driveway for a minute listening to the house. Laughter through the wall, plates clicking. My apartment light glowed over the garage like a small square you could hold in your hand. I told myself it was just talk. Families say things, they move on. But something simple clicked into place right then, like a switch. Not loud, not dramatic, just a steady thought. I want my door to mean something. I've been renting the apartment above my parents' garage for 6 years. When I first moved in 22, I thought it was a fair deal. $900 a month, no lease, just cash in an envelope on the first. Dad called it the family rate. In reality, it was about the same as what I'd pay for a studio across town, but I figured it was convenient. No shady landlords, no random inspections. I could work my job, pay on time, and keep to myself. I treated that place like mine. I bought furniture, nothing fancy but all mine. Couch for
There he is!
I carried up the
They're
stairs.
foundering! Some good meat here for the spearing, Captain.
A small kitchen
There's some
table
good
on
meat
the
for
first
spear, Nick.
We've been all top!
And last the harpoon.
floor by me. The only thing from my parents was the key. I never understood that. To her, my apartment was an extension of the main house. To drop by uninvited, leave
Let's
half
get started.
comes on my counter, crash on my couch because your wife once I
Here we go!
found her wearing one of my rings. She said,
He don't like that! Stuggy, he's loose, Captain! Keep an eye out for that fin.
that was worse. You don't own that place. We do. Be glad.
Fire down!
Right in the fucking mouth.
Time just to make it work. Even when we borrowed $300 3 years ago and never paid it back, I kept paying because steady was the plan. The Sunday dinner when Mom mentioned Chloe was sitting upstairs was the first time I heard this.
No! Damn it!
Comments kept coming. Chloe needs space. Chloe could use a fresh start.
He's coming for us! Straight ahead! Rope secure, Captain! Steady now, lad!
I should be proud of the safety net. Meanwhile, Chloe floated in and out of jobs, out of buildings, in and out of whatever responsibility she was supposed to have. And every time, nothing else was
greaser!
She was sensitive. She was misunderstood. I was the opposite. If I worked late,
That's it, lad! Steady! Steady now, lad!
if I asked Chloe to stay out of my apartment, I was terrified.
You see that, lad?
I didn't have it. Chloe makes a mess.
Give me one more time!
Got him. All right, Pokeballs out.
Into my place at 7 a.m. She had a duffel bag with clothes spilling out.
Look at the size of him!
She said, "No, you're not." Mom says, "Fine."
A fine home.
Mom at work. What is this? Her voice was light. She needs stability, Adam. Don't be dramatic. It won't be forever. Dad chimed in on speaker. And expect rent to adjust. More utilities, more wear and tear. We can't subsidize your sister. Subsidize? I almost laughed. I already pay full rent. You're lucky we let you, he said. That word, lucky, sat on my chest like a brick. Chloe didn't just crash. She unpacked. Clothes in my closet. Makeup on my
Today,
bed.
sir.
She used my towel. and
As
left
much
me
as you
there.
can!
She took over the couch with her laptop and Netflix. At night, she blasted TikToks in bed while I tried to sleep. I pulled her aside. This is temporary. You need to find somewhere else. She smirked. Relax, Adam. You're such a control freak. I wanted to scream, but instead, I washed dishes she left in the sink. The money fight came next. One Friday, Dad called. Rent's going up $1,800 now. That covers Chloe too. That's double. I said flatly. Utilities are higher. Groceries. Inflation. You're an adult. You should understand. I buy my own groceries. I said. I pay my bills. Chloe doesn't pay anything. Silence. Then, Mom's voice cut in. Don't pitch yourself against your sister. She's family. I clenched my jaw. So am I. I started doing math in my head. My paycheck minus gas, food, phone, insurance, $1,800 would eat everything. I'd have nothing left. I pictured Chloe scrolling Instagram in my hoodie while I ate rice and beans to cover both of us. That week, I wanted up at dinner. I can't pay double rent. If that's what you want, I'll move out. Mom froze. Don't be ridiculous. Where will you go? Apartments exist, I said. Chloe laughed. You won't believe. You're too scared. Dad leaned back. Don't test us, Adam. If you walk, don't expect to come back. I stared at my plate. The chicken was dry in my mouth. I swallowed it anyway. The manipulation ramped up. Mom called late at night. Voice heavy with guilt. You're tearing the family apart. Chloe is hurting. We raised you better than this. Dad left voicemails full of anger. You think you're special? Everything you have is because of us. Chloe texted emojis. Enjoy
Brief
paying
reports, gather!
$1,000.
Muzzle that duck, my trunk!
I stopped responding.
Hands up, let's go!
I kept my head down.
Let's catch some wind, lad.
What was happening?
Go, close
There
it!
too. The guy who never
Pull
missed
the
a
main!
shoot.
Brief those
Wanted to
gallons!
get overtime. But inside, I felt cracked. I'd go home, sit at my kitchen table, and stare at the bills spread out. Chloe would walk in and grab my snacks without asking. I wanted to yell. I wanted to slam doors. Instead, I folded my laundry, lined up my shoes, and kept breathing. The moment that sealed it wasn't dramatic. One night, I came home late. Chloe had friends over, loud music, pizza boxes everywhere. I asked her to keep it down. She rolled her eyes. This isn't just your place. Stop acting like it. I stood in the doorway of my living room. Furniture I had bought, rent I had paid, and I realized she actually believed it. They all did. In their eyes, nothing was mine. That's when the thought I'd been pushing down finally settled in, heavy but clear. If I stayed, I'd drown. And for the first time in years, I decided I wasn't going to. It all snapped during one dinner at the main house. They didn't even try to hide it. It was an ambush, dressed up as family time. I walked in, and noticed right away. Chloe was in my old spot at the table. Dad poured her wine. Mom looked extra cheerful. The fake cheerful.
Let out some fans!
Something rehearsed. We ate in silence for a few minutes. Then Dad cleared his throat. So Adam, you all talked. Chloe will be staying upstairs. Long term, you'll pay $1,800 shut the truck door, started the engine, and looked at the apartment one
We now
last
have the
time.
materials required to make the ship stronger, sir.
No dishes, no bed, just walls and carpet. I drove away without looking back. That night, my phone blew up. Why? Adam, this is childish. Dad, you embarrassed us. You upset your sister. Clement, you stole from me.
Fire! Working on it. Set yourselves for colliding. Fire! Bring them in for a speedy kill. Come on, Desperate!
Didn't stop the police. The first night after I moved out, my phone was non-stop on the counter. 20 missed calls by phone. Texts stacked one after another. You've gone too far. Don't treat family this way. One of Chloe's was just her screaming into the phone. Another was mom crying, saying I'd broken the family bond. Meanwhile, I was sitting in my new apartment, eating ramen at my own table in peace. The place was small and a little shabby. But when I closed the door, it actually
Join us,
stayed
or die.
closed. That silence was worth more than anything. At work, people noticed, you seem lighter. One CO worker said, new haircut or something? I shrugged. It wasn't a haircut. It was the absence of
What we have
constant
taken,
noise.
we can
I
improve the
wasn't
ship,
dreading
Captain.
going home anymore.
Unfurl mains, let's move!
I woke up earlier. I had energy to cook,
Loose all! Douse all but me!
to sit on my couch, and actually
Hold
enjoy a
horsey,
show
lads! Furl those
to
mains!
steal my snacks.
Get the mainsails into the wind!
Mom sent a photo of
I know she's a good fit.
mattress on the floor. Look what you've done to your sister. Dad left a voicemail. We gave you everything, and this is how you repay us? You're heartless. I saved every message, but didn't answer. A week later, Mom showed up at my job.
There, I got my boat fixed.
Adam, just bring the furniture.
I added another to my fleet.
We can't live like this. She's living in your house. I said,
And I lowered the wanted level.
tone sharpened instantly. You think you're better than us now? Don't forget who raised you. I walked away. My hands were
Ease
shaking.
off the wind!
My voice was steady when I said,
Ease the hull down and clew
2
up!
months passed. The
Bring it
storm
on,
made
loose
some
mainsail! Breathe!
They
Short
realized I
north
wasn't
sail!
much. Instead of begging, they shifted to guilt. You won't have anyone when you're old. Family is forever, Adam. Don't throw it away. Apologize and we'll forgive you. The words forgive you made me laugh out loud in my kitchen. Forgive me for paying rent on time for 6 years, for buying every piece of furniture myself, for saying no once. I started to see the difference clearly. For years, I thought I was the problem. Too rigid, too territorial, too obsessed with money. That's what they told me. But now that I was out, it was obvious. The problem wasn't me wanting boundaries. The problem was them refusing to respect every guilt trip text, every angry voicemail, every accusation. They all sounded the same. We lost control of you, and we don't like it. The last message came in April. We'll talk when you're ready to apologize. I stared at it for a while. Then I
Oh, my boat is
there was
pretty.
nothing to apologize for. In my new place, I started building routines. Saturday mornings at the laundromat, grocery runs with my own list, quiet evenings where the only dishes in the sink were mine. I bought a cheap
Captain's
lamp.
trick! Get the mainsails into the wind!
It was simple. It was small. But
Our
it was
force
mine.
patrol these waters
After
closely,
years of
Captain!
being told I was just lucky to be allowed a corner, the freedom of finally owning my piece felt bigger than anything. It's been almost a year since I left. The calls stopped a while ago. At first, I checked my phone expecting another wall of guilt trips, but the silence stopped. Now, if I see their names light up my screen, it's once a month at most. I don't answer. People ask if I regret it. Honestly, no. I regret not doing it sooner. I used to think keeping the peace was the same as having peace. That if I stayed quiet, helped out, kept paying, they'd eventually see me as more than the responsible one. But the truth is simple. They didn't want to see me.
We're making On your mark, come in!
It was survival. These days, life is
Fire!
I go to
Loose
work,
main sail!
I pay my bills,
Ready to fire,
the
sir!
space that's mine.
More sail! All sail!
Nobody blasts TikToks. Nobody calls me lucky while I hand them an envelope of cash. I
Starboard, Captain! Human Watson, Captain! Think he's breathing!
Sunday grocery trips. Weekday evenings where I actually cook instead of grabbing fast food because I was too drained.
We will be
I
dragged down to our death,
sometimes,
Captain!
and it feels strange. No one hungry, no one judging, no one asking.
Looks like she's on fire.
Snacks or furniture. The difference is small, but huge at the same time. I breathe easier. My shoulders don't ache the way they used to. I don't grind my teeth at night. I wake up.
Starboard!
The first
Some
thought in
wreck
my
the
head
cargo
is
adrift here,
what's
sir!
going to go wrong with them today. Sometimes I think about that harbor.
We did all top! What a devil, sir! Blue down! Handsome wind! Top! Gallant! Wild! Side! Briefly hostile! Gallant!
And the truth is,
Dead ahead, son!
Get the main free!
it never really was mine. The rent was real enough.
Give me some speed!
But the respect was fading. Every month, I slid that envelope across the counter and watched them act like they were doing
Haul it in! Get off the wind!
every plate, every
Shots
chair,
up! There's a
every
wheel!
towel, and still they called me lucky. That's why I took the furniture, not to hurt them, not to spoil them, but to remind myself every time I sit on this couch or eat at this table, I earned this. They can't rewrite it. My mom's last attempt was a text in April. Families always come back together. I didn't argue, but I knew the truth. Families don't always come back together. Some splits are permanent, and that's okay. Closure isn't a dramatic scene. It's not slamming the door or screaming I'm done. It's quieter. It's not picking up the phone. It's deleting a text thread and feeling nothing. It's drinking coffee in the morning without a knot in your stomach. I used to think I needed their approval. Now, I don't even want it. I don't need them to acknowledge what I did or what I gave. That chapter's closed. I'm not angry anymore. I thought I would be. I thought I'd replay every incident, every stunt, every
And out to sail!
inside. But I'm not.
Get on fast! Let's see that
And
dock!
I finally get to spend my energy on myself. Instead of wondering why Chloe gets endless free passes, I spend time learning how to budget smarter, how to cook better, how to just live without connections. Instead of chasing their forgiveness.
Well, they're not fucking with me, so I'm not fucking with them.
This isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. It's in the quiet on my fridge. It's in the plants on my windowsill
Round
that
it all
actually
off!
thrive because no one knocks them over.
Loose
It's in the
tops
fact
and
that
rolls!
I turn the key in my lock. The only person is me. This isn't about revenge. This isn't even about them anymore. It's about me deciding I'll never let anyone, family or not, turn my effort into their entitlement again. I'm not lucky to have a space. I worked for it. I paid for it. And now, for the first
Goes
time,
the Royal!
I get to
Up!
admit it without apology. That's
Tonsils
my
in!
illusion.
Blew up!
That's enough. But it's also a promise to myself.
All sail! She'll take it!
Never again will I let someone tell
Blues
me
down!
I'm
Man your
wrong
seats!
just because we share a last name. Never again will I hand
Close
over
the gallants
my
and
ability
royal!
to make someone else comfortable while I suffer.
All down and blew up! Furl those men!
I'm reliable, but I'm not invisible anymore. And I'm done being convenient.
Even more animalized than you actually believed in 60 seconds. Wild rabbits don't eat carrots, and since they're high in carbohydrates, feeding your bunny nothing but carrots is like feeding a child nothing but candy for every meal, which is why you should only give it to them in small amounts. You can't give every cat a bowl of milk, since most cats are actually lactose intolerant, especially the adults. If a lactose intolerant cat drinks milk, it causes diarrhea, vomiting, and all kinds of nastiness. Turkeys aren't dumb enough to look up during a rainstorm and drown. That myth actually started because of a medical condition called tetanic tortical spasm, which causes turkeys to do weird things like stare at the sky for no reason. But no, they've never drowned by looking up during rain. Chameleons don't change colors to camouflage, they actually do the exact opposite. They use their stake their arms from branches and fall to their death. Think about how that sounds. They have a powerful grip and they're really careful about where they move, which is why they're more likely to die dropping a bush on the ground than falling out of a tree. Even more animalized that you actually believe within 60 seconds. Wild rabbits don't eat carrots, and since they're high in carbohydrates, feeding your body nothing but carrots is like feeding a child nothing but candy for every meal, which is why you should only give it to them in small amounts. You can't give every cat a bowl of milk, since most cats are actually lactose intolerant, especially the other
Veins out, let's go!
Lactose intolerant cats drink milk, they cause diarrhea, vomiting, and all
Ride the wind! For all this
Turkeys
world!
aren't dumb enough to look up during a rainstorm and drown. That myth actually started because of a medical condition called satanic total spasm, which causes turkeys to do weird things like stare at the sky for no reason. But no, they never drown by looking up during rain. Chameleons don't change colors to camouflage, they actually do the exact opposite. They use their powers as a movement to tell others how they feel. That way they can tell someone to F off without actually having to throw hands. Cheetahs don't run so fast that their brains overheat. They have to stop after 10 to 20 seconds because sprints get 60 miles per hour takes them
A larboard, sir! Some sort of cargo there, sir!
Think about how that sounds. They have a powerful grip and they're really careful about where they move, which is why they're more likely to die dropping a bush on the ground than falling out of a tree.
Cruise up! Eat her steak! Muzzle that duck, my trunks! Fancy to swim!
There it is. I'm going to guess I can't just climb up that rock.
Captain has the helm! As much sail as you can! I know she's a good sailor! Now prove it, my trunks! All in the stunsail! Captain's home. Unfold mains, let's move!
Now we get to go hunt me an orca. Let's see, we got Mystic Wolf, Daisy, Ghost Wolf. Oh, KJ Styles. There's a name I don't see in my chat room very often.
It's for everybody, but
Frazier. Holy shit, I haven't seen you pop in for quite a while. And that guy. What's up?
He's over there! Hook it! He's a slippery bastard! It's a hit! The beast is turned! The rope snapped! Cap, I didn't see anything yet! He's at his time down! Hang on, we're off! The beast is hurt! We've lost him! He's coming! That's it, lads! Steady! Hang tight! He's gone!
Oh, he'll come back up. He's been attacked.
He's coming!
There we go.
Great catch, Captain. Crowd on every inch of sail.
Crowd on all the sail we have.
Dousing royals at top.
Ahoy aloft. Bring it all
And
up.
out of sail.
Sponsors, let's ride this squall.
Dousing gallants at royals.
Loose all. Party like. Come off the wind, my boys. Ease her.
Trim us off the wing.
Pull for all your work.
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks. God damn it.
Harbor cache. Some sort of cargo there, sir. Ease off the wind! Party now, stop, sir! Let's get moving! Loose topsails, gallants and royals! Reef the topsails and gallants! Two on top, sir! Go for loose and catch the wind! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Get them along! Down short sail! Loose oar and swim start to the wind! Loose tops and royals! We're headed straight for land. Screws up! Ease her six! Loose oar, let's move! Haul down! Haul down! Reef those gallants! Got to sea!
My wife called me while I was visiting a client in another state. I am divorcing you, and I have already sold our apartment to start my life with my new boyfriend. Enjoy looking for a new place. She laughed. I kept my tone neutral, replying, "Sounds good." After I got home, her smile quickly disappeared when I was standing in the lobby of a glass and steel office tower on Westheimer Road in Houston, a $4.2 million commercial lease agreement tucked under my arm, when my phone buzzed. Isolda's name on the screen. Nothing unusual. She called maybe twice a week, sometimes to ask about dinner plans, sometimes to remind me about a dry cleaning pickup, sometimes just to fill the silence that had been growing between us for longer than I wanted to admit. I stepped away from the elevator bank, pressed the phone to my ear, and said what I always said. "Hey, everything okay?" That's when she told me. Raymond. Her voice had a brightness to it I hadn't heard in months. Not the brightness of happiness, though. The brightness of someone who's been rehearsing something and is finally saying it out loud. "I need you to know that I filed for divorce today. I also signed a purchase agreement on the house. The buyer wants to close in 30 days. I've already started packing my things." I didn't say anything. The sound of Houston traffic filtered through the revolving door behind me. "I'm going to start over," she continued, "with someone who actually sees me, someone who doesn't make me feel like I'm undeveloped in his own life." Then she laughed, not a nervous laugh, a victorious one, and I said the only two words I could think of, the two words that would make everything that happened next possible. "Sounds good." She paused. I think she expected tears, maybe begging. "Certainly not that. Sounds good." She repeated. "Yeah," I said. "I'll see you when I get back." And I hung up, and I smiled, because Isolda had just made the second biggest mistake of her life. The biggest one she'd already made 3 months earlier. She just didn't know about it yet. Before I go any further, if this story is hitting close to home for you, if you've ever had the floor pulled out from under you and had to find a way to stand back up, I want you to hit
There we
that
go.
subscribe button right now. Leave a comment below. Tell me where you're watching from. And give this video a like if you believe that flight preparation beats loud threats every single time. Now let me tell you everything. My name is Raymond Caulfield. I'm 46 years old, and I've spent the last 17 years building a real estate brokerage in Dallas, Texas. Not the glamorous kind you see on television. The kind where you wake up before sunrise to drive out to industrial parks in Garland and Grand Prairie, where you negotiate warehouse leases with manufacturing companies that have never once been featured on a magazine cover. The kind of work that is invisible and essential and pays exceptionally well for those willing to do it without
Oi, Kenwood.
I grew up in Mesquite, Texas, east of Dallas, in a neighborhood where ambition wasn't exactly encouraged. My father worked 31 years at a freight company before his back gave out. My mother cleaned offices downtown. They were good people who gave me everything they had, which wasn't much in dollars, but was more than enough in character. When I graduated from University of Texas at Arlington with a real estate license and a beat-up Ford Ranger, I told my father I was going to be the best commercial broker in North Texas. He didn't doubt me for a second. That always meant everything to me. By the time I met Isolde, I had built Caulfield Property Group from nothing into a firm with 12 agents, 3 administrative staff, and annual commissions that most people in this business would consider exceptional. I wasn't wealthy in the way that people throw that word around carelessly, but I had built something real, something with my name on it. I met Isolde Vance at a charity auction benefiting the Dallas Arboretum. She was 38 at the time. An interior designer with a small but growing firm in uptown Dallas. She had the kind of effortless elegance that made a room feel like it was rotating slowly around her. Dark auburn hair, eyes that glowed copper. She would walk into a function like she'd been expecting, even when she hadn't. We dated for 14 months and married in the spring on a rooftop overlooking the Dallas skyline. 60 guests. Simple ceremony. Her sister Phoebe cried through the entire vows, which made Isolde laugh, which made me love her completely. For the first 4 years, it was good. It was genuinely good. She grew her design firm. I expanded the brokerage into industrial and medical office space. We bought a condo in a high-rise in Turtle Creek. 14 floors up, floor-to-ceiling windows. Views of the park below. We had dinners that stretched past midnight. We drove out to Marfa one spring and stayed in a converted ranch house and spent 3 days doing almost nothing. Completely content about it. But somewhere between year 4 and year 7, something shifted. Not dramatically, not all at once. It was gradual, the way light fades in the afternoon. You don't notice the exact moment it starts getting dark. You just look up at some point and realize the room has changed. Isolde's design firm had taken on a business partner named Tanner Holcomb. He had arrived from Atlanta with a portfolio full of high-end residential projects, and the kind of confidence that fills a room before the door has even fully opened. Tall, 40, salt and pepper hair. The type of man who wears a sports coat to casual events and makes it look intentional. He spoke the language of aesthetics fluently. He knew which wine to order. He had opinions on architecture. He delivered with the calm certainty of someone who had never been wrong about anything. I didn't dislike Tanner immediately. I want to be honest about that. He was charming, in the way that certain people are just engineered to be charming. I've been in sales long enough to recognize the construction of the warmth. Sarah was thrilled about the partnership. Her business was growing. Her work was better. For a while, I told myself I was overthinking it. I stopped overthinking it in February, 7 months before that phone call in Houston. I came home early from a site visit in Frisco. A tenant build-out had been delayed by a permit
Where's the
issue.
tavern?
Nothing I could fix that afternoon. And found Isolde sitting on the living room couch. She wasn't doing anything, just sitting. Her phone was face down on the cushion beside her, and her face, when she looked up, did a thing that faces do when they have been caught mid-thought. The expression evaporated too fast, replaced too quickly with something normal and surface level and normal. You're home early, she said. Permit delay, I said. What are you doing? Nothing.
Stop a moment. I can help you fade away.
And went into the bedroom. I stood in the kitchen for a long moment. Then, I went to my office and started thinking, I want to be clear about something. I'm not a suspicious man by nature. I spent 17 years in commercial real estate, which means I spent 17 years evaluating risk and reading people and deciding what was worth trusting. The instinct that started talking to me that February afternoon wasn't jealousy. It was the same signal I get when a deal structure doesn't quite add up. When the numbers look right, but something in the foundation is soft. I called a private investigator named Craig Bethel 2 days later. Craig had done background work for me before on potential tenants with questionable financials. He was quiet, thorough, and completely without drama. I told him I needed a full picture of his oldest recent activities. I wasn't asking him to spy on my wife out of spite. I was asking him to confirm or deny what my professional instincts were already telling me. It took Craig 3 weeks. His report arrived on a Tuesday morning in a plain email with a PDF attachment. I read it at my office desk with the door closed and my assistant holding my calls. She and Tanner Holcomb had been together for at least 5 months. The report included dates, times, locations, a hotel in Deep Ellum, lunch at a bistro in the Design District, on a Saturday when Isolde had told me she was meeting a client in Plano, a reservation at a wine bar on Henderson Avenue under Tanner's name. Checked in at 7:04 p.m. on a Thursday when I'd been at a client dinner in Irving. I closed the
Gracias. Vaya con Dios.
face down on my desk. I
There's
looked out
what
the
I'm
window
looking
at the Dallas
for.
skyline for a long time, and then I did something that I believe saved me from losing everything. I didn't call her. I didn't go home. I didn't say a single word. Instead, I called my attorney. Clifton represented me in 3 major commercial transactions and 1 lease
Get some Pokeballs out.
relationship with a client I've had for 11 years. He was a lawyer who spoke slowly and thought faster than almost anyone I've ever met. When I explained the situation, he was tough expressing sympathy. He started asking questions. Is the condo in both names? Yes. Is the mortgage current? Yes. Ever missed a payment? Are there any joint investment accounts or business accounts tied to personal finances? We have a joint checking account and a joint savings. My business accounts are separate LLCs. Good. Here's what I need you to do. Over the next 3 months, I did exactly what Clifton told me. I moved my personal savings, the money I had accumulated before our marriage, which under Texas law constitutes separate property, into a separate account documented with a clear paper trail establishing its premarital origin. I separated my business income structures more cleanly. I documented every major asset we shared and established clear records of what predated our marriage and what had been built together. I also had a second, very important conversation with Clifton about Tanner Holcomb specifically, because Craig Bethel hadn't just given me documentation of an affair, he'd given me something else, something I initially didn't understand the significance of. But Clifton did immediately. Tanner Holcomb had a history before Atlanta. There had been Phoenix. Before Phoenix, there had been Nashville. In each city, a variation on the same pattern. A business partnership, usually with a woman, usually involving shared accounts or shared assets, followed by a disappearance. 2 of the women had filed civil suits. One had been resolved quietly. The other was still pending in a Maricopa County court. A third woman in Nashville had filed a police report that was eventually closed for lack of evidence. Craig had turned all of this over in 4 weeks of research. He was thorough. Tanner Holcomb wasn't just a man having an affair with my wife. He was a man who had a documented pattern of attaching himself to women with assets and then extracting value before disappearing. And Isolde, my wife, had opened a shared business account with him 6 months ago. Craig had found that too. I sat on all of this. I said nothing. I went home every night and had dinner and asked about her day and watched the news and went to bed and did not say a single word. Because Clifton was very specific. If I wanted to protect myself in the divorce that was coming, the divorce that was clearly coming regardless of what I did, I needed to wait, document, prepare, and do not, under any circumstances, tip my hand. So when that phone call came in the lobby on Westheimer Road in Houston on a Thursday afternoon in October, I was not caught off guard. I was ready. Sounds good, I said. And I meant it. I drove back to Dallas the next morning. It's a roughly 4-hour drive depending on traffic, and I spent most of it on the phone with Clifton, who had been waiting for me here. By the time I crossed over into Dallas County on I-45, 3 things had already been set in motion. First, Clifton had filed the divorce petition that morning, not a response to her filing. An independent petition, because when he checked the county clerk's records, Isolde's attorney had filed the paperwork, but it hadn't yet been served. I beat her. By hours. Second, Clifton had contacted the real estate attorney who specialized in property disputes, a woman named Dr. Adeze Inwosu, who had been a professor before she went into practice and who brought an academic precision to everything she touched. The purchase agreement Isolde had signed on our Turtle Creek condo had a problem, a significant one. The condo deed listed both Raymond Allen Caulfield and Isolde Marie Caulfield as owners. Under Texas law, community property cannot be sold or encumbered without the written consent of both spouses. Isolde had signed a purchase agreement on property. She did not have the legal authority to sell unilaterally. The agreement was unenforceable. The sale was not going to happen. Third, and this is the part I had to process carefully during that drive, Craig Bethel had sent me an update the night before. Tanner Holcomb had moved $23,000 out of the shared business account he held with Isolde, moved it to an account Craig couldn't immediately trace. And in the last 48 hours, his phone had stopped going to her calls. By the time I pulled into the parking garage beneath our building, I had a very clear picture of what I was going to walk into. The elevator opened on our floor. I could hear Isolde before I reached the door. She was on the phone, her voice high and tight with an anxiety I recognized immediately as the sound of something going very wrong very quickly. I put my key in the lock and let the door open slowly. She was standing at the kitchen counter in clothes she'd clearly slept in. Her auburn hair unraveled. Her laptop opened to what looked like a banking portal. When she looked up and saw me, something moved across her face that I will remember for a long time. It was not the expression of someone who had won. It was the expression of someone who had just looked down and noticed there was no floor beneath them. Raymond, she set the phone down. I didn't expect you until tonight. I drove back early, I said. I set my bag down by the door. What's going on? She opened her mouth, closed it, looked at the laptop, looked back at me. Tanner's not answering my calls, she said finally. I walked to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water from the filter on the counter, the one Isolde had picked out, the one that matched the countertops. I took a long sip. That's unfortunate, I said. She stared at me. Do you know something? Why would I know something about Tanner Holden? She looked at the laptop again. The bank account. The business account Tanner and I shared for the firm. The money's gone. $23,000. I can't reach him, and the buyer for the condo is saying the purchase agreement might not be valid because... She stopped. She was putting something together. I watched her do it. Because your name is on the deed, she finished quietly. That's correct, I said. Our names are both on the deed. You can't sell community property without both signatures. Dr. Mosu, she's a real estate attorney. She'll be sending your attorney a formal letter today explaining the situation. Isolde's hands were flat on the counter, very still. You already have an attorney. I've had an attorney for 3 months. The silence that followed was different from any silence we had shared for 12 years of marriage. It was the silence of recognition. The slow arrival of understanding that the game she thought she was playing had been playing her instead. You knew, she said. I've known since February. She looked at the phone on the counter, the one she'd set down when I walked in. I could see from where I stood that she'd been trying to reach Tanner 17 times in the last 2 hours. He's not coming, Isolde. I kept my voice level. I wasn't angry. I had been angry for months. In the privacy of my car and my office, and the long drives across North Texas that are the real geography of my life. But here, in this moment, I was past anger. I was standing on the side of it. Craig Bethel, the investigator I hired in February, he found Tanner's history. Nashville, Phoenix, Atlanta. He does this. He attaches himself to women with businesses and assets, builds trust, moves money, and disappears. He's done it at least 3 times that we can document. Isolde was not moving. The $23,000 he moved out of your business account, I continued, is likely gone. You may want to file a police report. Dr. Nwosu can advise you on the civil options, though given that Tanner appears to have already left the state based on Craig's last check-in, recovery is going to be difficult. You're telling me to call the police, she said. Her voice had dropped to something almost inaudible. I'm telling you what your options are. I'm not your enemy, Isolde. I never was. But I'm also not going to pretend the last several months haven't happened. And I'm not going to allow myself to be financially restricted because someone else made choices I wasn't part of. She sat down on the stools, the same stools she had picked out at a shop in the design district when we first moved in. She deliberated over them for 40 minutes. I'd stood there the whole time because I was happy to let her get exactly what she wanted. How long have you been planning this? She asked. Planning what? Protecting myself? Since February? Filing for divorce. Clifton filed this morning. Something crossed her face at that. You filed first. Yes. She put her hands over her face, sat there for a long moment. When she lowered them, she looked exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. Tanner told me you were hiding money, she said. He told me you had offshore accounts that I didn't know about, that you were going to leave me with nothing. I looked at her carefully. I had been in commercial real estate for 17 years. I knew exactly what a structure built on deliberate misinformation looked like. I knew how it was constructed. I knew what it was for. Tanner needed you to
There it
realize
is.
the threat, I said, because if you were focused on what you thought I was doing, you wouldn't look at what he was actually business account, she said softly. He suggested I open it, said we needed to keep partnership finances separate from my personal accounts. I thought it was professional. Organized. It was organized, I said. That's how he works. There is a specific kind of greed that comes not just from loss, but from the recognition that you were manipulated, that your own intelligence and good faith were used as the mechanism of your destruction. I have seen it in business negotiations gone wrong. I saw it on Isolda's that afternoon in the kitchen of the condo we had shared for 9 years. I am not going to tell you that I felt nothing. I had loved this woman. I had built a life around her. I had stood on the rooftop in Dallas on a spring evening and meant every word I said. But I had also spent 3 months watching the evidence arrive in quiet installments. And somewhere in those months, I had grieved most of what needed grieving. What was left in that kitchen was not cruelty. It was clarity. What happens now? She asked. Clifton will be in contact with your attorney. We have a clear accounting of separate and community property. The business accounts are already documented. The condo will need to be sold legitimately, with signatures, or bought out by one party at fair market value. I picked up my bag from behind the window. I was staying at the Crescent tonight. Give yourself some time to make plans. Raymond. She said my name the way she used to say it. Something underneath the word that was different from the surface of it. I'm sorry. I stood at the door for a moment. I know you are, I said. It doesn't fix anything. But I know you are, and I left. The divorce took 11
What is
months.
this?
It was not the catastrophe Isolda had been positioning it to be because there was no catastrophe available to her. The accounts were clean. The property documentation was clean. Clifton Hale had ensured that everything Raymond Caulfield had built before and during that marriage was accounted for with precision. In Texas, community property is divided equitably. We sold the Turtle Creek condo and split the equity. Isolda kept her design firm, minus the money Tanner had taken, minus the debt she had accrued during the months she had been planning a future that evaporated the moment he stopped answering her calls. Tanner Holcomb was arrested 4 months after he left Dallas. He had surfaced in Denver. He had attached himself to a woman who ran the Hurricane Boutique Hotel. A combined effort from Craig Bethel, the 2 women from Phoenix and Nashville, who were filed civil suits, and a federal agent who had been building a wire fraud case for 2 years brought him to a federal courtroom in Denver on 7 counts. I was asked to provide a statement, which I did. He is currently serving a 6-year sentence at a federal correctional institution in Colorado. Isolda testified in that case, too. It wasn't comfortable for either of us. We sat in the same courthouse hallway for 40 minutes without speaking. But she was composed and thorough and told the truth, which I respected. Whatever she had been in the last year of our marriage, she had enough left in her to do that right. I want to tell you something about the morning after that phone call in Houston. I sat in my car in the parking garage of the office building on Westheimer Road for about 10 minutes before I went back inside. Not to process, not to cry. I had already done both of those things in private. I sat there because I wanted to be very clear about something with myself before I said, sounds good, and drove away. I was not winning.
There we go.
In the destruction of a marriage you built with real effort and real love. There is only deciding how you're going to come out the other side. Whether you're going to be the person who reacts in ways that cost you everything, or the person who absorbs the blow and thinks 2 steps ahead. My father was a freight company worker for 31 years. He taught me very few things about business, and an enormous number of things about character. He used to say that the loudest man in a negotiation is almost never the most prepared. He wasn't talking about real estate. He was talking about life. He learned it the hard way. The way people from Mesquite, Texas learn most things. I thought about him that day in that parking garage. Then I went back inside and closed my $4 million lease. Today, I'm still in Dallas. Caulfield Property Group has 15 agents now. We expanded into a second office in Fort Worth last spring. My father drove up from Mesquite for the opening and stood in the doorway of the new office on Camp Bowie Boulevard, with his arms crossed, and didn't say anything for a long time, which is exactly what he does when he's proud of something. I'm not going to tell you that everything is fine and the hard part is over, and that I found happiness on the other side of loss, and it was worth it. Real life doesn't work that cleanly. But I'm going to tell you that the 2 words I said in that Houston lobby, the ones that sounded like surrender, and were actually the beginning of everything, I don't regret them for a second. Sounds good. Because I had already done the work. Because I had spent 3 months being exactly as quiet and exactly as prepared as the situation required. Because when
There we
someone shows
go.
you, the worst thing you can do is react before you're ready. She called, expecting debris. She got a man who had already cleared the site and was ready to build. My take. The power of sounds good. This is the ultimate lesson in emotional intelligence and tactical patience. Raymond isn't just a real estate broker, he's a chess player. Most men, the second they found a PDF from the investigator, would have burned the house down. But Raymond, he went home, ate dinner, and watched the news for 3 months, while his wife and her con-artist partner plotted his ruin. When Isolde called him in that lobby to drop the bomb, she expected a breakdown. Instead, she got the most terrifying 2 words in the English language. Sounds good. Why? Because Raymond had already done the math. He didn't just protect his money. He let Isolde's own mistakes trap her. He knew Tanner was a predator, and he knew the condo couldn't be sold. He didn't stop her because he wanted her to feel the full weight of the floor disappearing beneath her feet. My takeaway? The loudest person in the room is the weakest. The one who says,
I'd never make that jump, but there's got to be a way to get up there that way.
that's the one you should fear. Raymond didn't lose a marriage. He cut off a parasite and saved his legacy. Absolute legend.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Doesn't mean you own it. Let me see your IDs. Let me see your IDs now. Let me see your IDs now. With the darn park, let me see your ID. This is, my last name is Artman, A-R-T-M-A-N. My ID number is 6057. Ma'am, you have your ID as well? That's fine. I can just write down your information. That's fine.
Why are you here?
The new construction house. I see a vehicle sitting out front. Running with lights on. Now, if it's your home, I didn't know who was driving. Yeah, what's your first name? Listen, until we can verify this is your property, I'm conducting a criminal investigation. Therefore, you need to provide me. Hey, stay in the car. Stay in the car. Get back in the car. Get back in the car now. Sit back down in the car. Sit back down. Yes, you are. Until I can verify you are your property, sit back down. Alright, let's bring it back. Bring it back now. John, let's bring it over the car. Let's come to the car. Drop the wallet. Hands on your back. Hands behind your back. Alright, now you're screwed in pain, okay?
If this looks wrong,
Everyone in the office asks which bear is the best bear. Well, here's the answer. The black bear is more powerful bears. First of all, they are by far the best climbers. Imagine thinking you escaped only for the fashionista to be running up the tree. No, Not only are they part squirrel, they can sprint at 35 miles per hour and they're great swimmers. One actually swam for 9 miles in the Gulf of Mexico. Black bears can also eat anything from deer to fish to fruits and berries to human garbage. Not to mention they're smart. Talk about smart enough to purposely cover their tracks to hide from hunters. They'll also actively hide in bushes and wait for the hunters to pass by them. At about 600 pounds, black bears are strong enough to shoot the fate with any human, but also smart enough to not even try it. You could also easily make the argument that the black bear is by far the world's friendliest bear, and I dare you to look at this video and tell me I'm wrong. When you really think about it, black bears are just overgrown forest puppies and black dogs are all over America. There's about 600,000 black bears in North America, meaning out of all these cousins, they've barely been affected by humans. In fact, they might have even been affected. And the cubs are cute enough to commit war crimes over them. Jim wasn't kidding. Black bears have it all figured out, which earns them the title of best bear, and that's not an opinion, it's stone cold fact. When the office asked which bear is the best bear,
Wie ist eigentlich überhaupt Skinny Pops?
when the office
Perfekt. Liest eigentlich überhaupt jemand meine Untertitel? Also damit meine ich die hier. Ja, ja. Dann mache ich das alles etwa für Umme hier. Na, wartet. Dann machen wir sie eben weg. Hallo, meine deutsche Zuschauerschaft. Jetzt sind wir ganz unter uns. Okay, hört mal, wir machen das jetzt so. Ich zähle auf 3.
There we go.
Deutsch, was aber eigentlich gar kein Deutsch ist. Und ihr droppt so erfundene deutsche Wörter in die Kommentare. Damit werden wir alle verwirrt. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Sag mal, bist du komplett benötigt? Ich hab doch hingeschnürdelt, wenn du die Ellenroute nicht quer über den Chainsaw schaufelst, dann nutzt die ganze Joshi. Und jetzt ist nicht der
Really, bitch? Oh. Okay, I think I see.
Elspeth Everton did publish a horoscope for Adolf Hitler in her 1924 almanac. She warned that he had the chart of someone who could sacrifice himself for Germany. Hitler was already a public figure, a street agitator. But this wasn't prophecy, it was political commentary disguised as astrology.
In cable news does astrology disguised as political commentary?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you do.
Elspeth Everton did publish a horoscope for Adolf Hitler in her 1924 almanac. She warned that he had the chart of someone who could sacrifice.
At my daughter's wedding reception, my brother stood and toasted to the man who actually raised her, himself. My ex-wife raised her champagne in agreement. The guests shifted uncomfortably. I stayed seated, silent, until the DJ handed me the microphone, and I said, to the man who was there when it mattered most, when Lucas here was nowhere to be found, my brother Trent stood at the table, champagne foot raised, his voice carried across the ballroom like he owned the place. 200 guests, my daughter Hadley's friends, my family, my colleagues, turned to look at me. Some faces showed confusion, others showed pity. A few showed that particular kind of discomfort that comes from witnessing a public humiliation you can't look away from. My ex-wife Monica lifted her glass from 3 tables over, that familiar smirk playing at her lips. The same expression she wore in the mediator's office 17 years ago when her lawyer had outlined the custody arrangement that would effectively erase me from my daughter's daily life. I sat there, fork halfway to my mouth, wedding salmon going cold on my plate. The roasted asparagus had already congealed into something that looked like it belonged in a nursing home cafeteria. The DJ shifted uncomfortably in his booth, one hand hovering over the sound system like he wanted to cut the mic with down dare. He was young, probably mid-20s, likely working his first high-end wedding deal. Poor kid had no idea he'd wandered into a family war zone. Speech, someone called out.
One more
I think
for
it
the
was Trent's
collection.
wife, Bryn, always his faithful cheerleader, always ready to amplify whatever narrative he was selling. She'd been doing it for the 8 years they'd been together, treating Trent's version of events as gospel truth without ever bothering to ask questions. My daughter Hadley, 26 years old, radiant in her grandmother's resort lace gown, looked at me from the center of the head table. Her new husband Garrett reached for her hand on the table. I could read the apology in her eyes from 15 feet away, could see the guilt written across her face and the slight downturn of her mouth, the way her shoulders hunched forward just a fraction. But she didn't stand, didn't stop it, didn't say a single word this was something else entirely. My sister Jolene caught my eye from across the room. Her expression furious. Her face flushed red the way it always got when she was about to lose her temper. She started to stand, her chair scraping loudly against the parquet floor. But her husband Kane pulled her back down with a firm hand.
I fucked that up a little bit.
I'd spent 15 years as a logistics coordinator for Richard Kessler Transport, working 60-hour weeks after Monica filed for divorce when Hadley was 9, not building an empire, keeping a roof over heads and paying alimony that funded Monica's graphic design business that never quite got off the ground. That business which, as far as I could tell, consisted mainly of designing the occasional logo for her friends' Etsy shops and attending networking events that seemed suspiciously similar to wine-fueled complaint sessions about ex-husbands. I moved to Chicago for work when Hadley was 14. The company was downsizing the Harwood Falls office. It was transfer or unemployment, and at 40 with a mortgage and child support obligations, unemployment wasn't an option. I made that choice with a bleeding heart, knowing I'd see my daughter on weekends and summers instead of weeknights, knowing I'd miss the daily details, the small moments, the casual conversations that build intimacy between parent and child. Monica had fought me on every visit, weaponized every school event, made every holiday negotiation that required lawyers and court orders and enough documentation to fill a filing cabinet.
Bad pussycat.
20 minutes from Monica's place in Harwood Falls, Trent, who'd never married, never had kids of his own, had stepped into the gap I'd left. The generous uncle, the reliable backup, the man who actually showed up, as he never tired of reminding anyone who would listen. According to him, anyway. So here's to Hadley, Trent continued, his voice getting thick with emotion I was pretty sure was genuine. That was the worst part. He actually believed his own narrative. He'd convinced himself he was the hero of this story. The daughter I never had but got to help raise anyway. And to Garrett, you're getting an incredible woman. Just remember, you're not just marrying her, you're marrying all of us who made her who she is. He looked directly at me when he said it, held my gaze for 3 full seconds, long enough to make his point, short enough to maintain plausible deniability about the deliberate cruelty of the gesture. Glasses clinked, people drank. The moment passed like a stone sinking into dark water, leaving ripples but no lasting disturbance on the surface. Trent sat down to scattered applause and a few whistles. He caught my eye across the ballroom and raised his glass to me in a mock salute. That same smug expression he'd worn when we were kids and he'd gotten away with breaking something that I'd get blamed for. Monica, seated with her second husband Barrett at a table near the bar, was beaming like she'd just witnessed the world's greatest theatrical performance. The DJ transitioned into Marry You by Bruno Mars. Garrett pulled Hadley onto the dance floor. Other couples joined them. The wedding rolled on like nothing had happened, like a man hadn't just been publicly declared a failure as a father in front of everyone who mattered in his life. I stayed in my seat, watching my daughter dance with her husband, wondering when exactly I lost her and whether I never really had her to lose. My date, Sloan, a woman I'd been seeing for 8 months, put her hand on my arm. Her touch was warm, steady, grounding. Lucas, are you okay? That was incredibly inappropriate. I'm fine, I said. I wasn't fine. I was calculating how long I'd have to stay before I could leave without making things worse. Another hour. 2. Could I fake a work emergency? A sudden illness? Jolene appeared minutes later, vibrating with rage. Her wine glass clutched so tightly I worried it might shatter. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to actually murder our brother. What the hell was that? A toast, I said flatly. That was a public humiliation. She turned to look at the head table, where Hadley was now back in her seat, whispering urgently to Garrett, her face flushed and anxious. Did she know? Yeah,
Damn
I
it.
said. She knew. I'd seen the signs all week. Hadley had been distant during the rehearsal dinner, rarely speaking to me except in monosyllables, finding excuses to talk to other guests whenever I approached. She barely made eye contact during our father-daughter dance practice on Thursday, going through the motions mechanically while the wedding coordinator called out steps. When I asked if everything was okay, she said she was just stressed about the wedding, about getting all the details right, about living up to her own expectations. I believed her because I wanted to, because the alternative was too painful to consider. The truth was simpler. My daughter had chosen sides a long time ago, probably when she was still too young to understand what she was choosing, and I'd been pretending not to notice because acknowledgement would have required action I didn't know how to take. You need to say something, Jolene insisted, leaning close enough that I could smell the wine on her breath and the expensive perfume she wore to form vacations. Not here, not at her wedding. Then when? He just told 200 people you were a deadbeat dad. Lucas, you're going to let that stand? You're going to let that be the story everyone remembers from tonight? Let me think. But I wasn't thinking. I was remembering. I was remembering the weekend custody arrangement that Monica violated 6 times in the first year after the divorce, always with plausible excuses. Hadley had a cold. There was a birthday party. Monica's mother was visiting, and Hadley was so excited to see her. I was remembering the parent-teacher conferences she forgot to tell me about. The ones
There
where
it
teachers
is.
expressed concern about Hadley school on the way, only to find Monica had told the school not to reserve me a seat because her father won't be coming. I'd stood in the back for the entire ceremony, watching my daughter receive her diploma from behind a crowd of other parents, unable to see her face clearly enough to catch her eye. I was remembering the college fund I'd started when Hadley was 3, the one I'd continued contributing to even when Monica took me back to court to increase support payments, even when it meant eating ramen for dinner 3 nights a week and skipping the dental work I needed. The fund that had paid for 70% of Hadley's education at Melbourne State while Trent took her furniture shopping and claimed he was helping with expenses by buying her a desk lamp and a mini fridge. I was remembering every Christmas gift returned unopened because you didn't ask what she wanted, even though I'd called a week before Christmas to ask exactly that and been told Hadley was too busy to come to the phone. Every phone call cut short because she has plans with Trent, plans that materialize the moment I call, no matter what day or time I try. Every summer visit sabotaged by a suddenly scheduled vacation that Monica couldn't possibly reschedule, usually both the same week I'd requested custody to. And I was remembering Trent's voice on the phone 5 years ago, after I'd missed Hadley's college graduation because of a last-minute work crisis I couldn't get out of, a multi-million-dollar contract negotiation that would have collapsed without my presence, that would have cost jobs, my job included. His voice had been cold, contemptuous, absolutely certain of his moral superiority. You know what your problem is, Lucas? You've never figured out that showing up is 90% of parenting, and you just don't show up. I tried to explain about the acquisition meetings, about how my job was on the line, about how I'd see Hadley the following weekend to celebrate properly, take her to her favorite restaurant, give her the graduation gift I bought. He hung up on me mid-sentence. The worst part? He wasn't entirely wrong. I'd made choices. I'd prioritized wrong sometimes. I'd let work consume me during the years when Hadley needed consistency, not money. I'd convinced myself that providing financial stability was a form of presence, that paying for her education and her braces and her summer camps was a way of being involved in her life. I'd been wrong about that, at least partially. But I'd never abandoned her. I'd never stopped trying. I'd never stopped fighting for whatever scraps of relationship Monica was willing to allow. The DJ's voice crackled over the speakers, pulling me back to the present. And now, we'd like to invite the father of the bride to say a few words. Every head in the ballroom turned toward me again. 200 pairs of eyes, 200 silent judgments, 200 people waiting to see how I respond to the gauntlet Trent had thrown down. Hadley's face went pale, all the color draining out of her cheeks in an instant. She stood up slightly from her seat, one hand raised like she was going to wave me and she was going to spare me this additional humiliation. But Garrett was already standing, clapping, starting a round of applause that the guests uncertainly joined because that's what you do at weddings. You clap when you're supposed to. You have no idea what you're applauding. Trent was grinning, that same shit-eating grin he had when he finished his toast. Monica was watching with her arms crossed, that familiar expression of skeptical amusement she'd perfected during our marriage. The look that said she was watching me fail and finding it entertaining. The DJ was walking toward my table, wireless microphone in hand, his expression apologetic but determined to follow the program as written. Sloan squeezed my hand. You don't have to do this. Yeah, I said, standing up and smoothing down my jacket. I really do. I took the microphone from the DJ's outstretched hand. The weight of it was surprising, heavier than I expected. The room went quiet, the kind of profound...
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
For a long moment, I just stood there, looking at my daughter. She was 26. She had my mother's eyes, that same clear blue that looked gray in certain light, and Monica's smile, the one that could light up a room when it was genuine. She worked as a physical therapist in a pediatric clinic in Pleasant Ridge, helping kids recover from injuries and developmental delays. She was married to a good man who managed to support a consumer and coached youth basketball on weekends. Clearly an older and probably a better father than I managed to be. She was a complete person, living a full life, successful in made sure everyone in this room knew I was absent, knew I was a failure, knew I chose work over family. So yeah, Trent, this is exactly the time
Oh.
you opened this door. I'm just watching. He sat back down heavily. Brent put a hand on his shoulder, whispered something urgent in his ear, but he shrugged her off with more force than necessary. Monica stood up at her table, her face flushed with anger or embarrassment or both. This is Hadley's wedding day. Lucas, you're ruining it. You're making everything about you, just like you always do.
Oh.
I said calmly, meeting her eyes across the ballroom. I'm correcting the record. There's a difference, a significant difference. I looked back at Hadley. Sweetheart, I love you. I have always loved you. I know things were complicated. I know you were angry at me for leaving, for not being around as much. I know you were a kid caught in the middle of an ugly divorce, and I know that shaking was so hard. I understood our relationship. You were always there when I couldn't be. I'm grateful for that, truly. But he wasn't your father. I was. I am. And I never stopped being your father, even when it felt like you'd stopped being my daughter. Hadley was crying now. His eyes starting to run in dark streaks.
Got it.
Garrett handed her a napkin, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, whispered something that made her nod. I hope someday you'll sit down and read the emails I sent you over the years. The ones that were filtered into a folder you didn't know about. Yeah, I found out about that too. Monica was very thorough in her gatekeeping. I hope you'll look at the birthday cards I mailed that you never received. I hope you'll understand that your mom and I both loved you, but we had very different ideas about how to handle the divorce, about what you needed, about what co-parenting should look like. And I hope you'll understand that being physically present isn't the same thing as being present in all the ways that matter. I was present in the ways I could be. I paid for your life. I fought for access to your life. And I never, ever stopped loving you. I set the microphone down on the table. The ballroom was so quiet I could hear the ice shifting in water glasses. Could hear someone's phone buzzing again. Could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then I picked up the microphone again, because I wasn't quite finished. There was one more thing that needed saying. One more thing, I said. My voice harder now. Colder. Hadley, I paid for 40% of this wedding. Your mother and Garrett's parents cover the rest. Trent contributed exactly $0, though he did offer to give the toast, apparently. So when he talks about who made you who you are, when he stands up here and claims credit for raising you, remember who actually invested in your future. Not just in words, not just in showing up when it was convenient. In action, in money, in fighting through courts and lawyers and interference to maintain whatever relationship I was allowed to have. Remember who paid for the roof over your head, the food in your mouth, the education in your mind, and the wedding you're celebrating tonight. I handed the microphone back to the DJ, who took it like it was radioactive, like it might explode if he held it wrong. Then I walked out of the ballroom, my footsteps echoing on the parquet floor, 200 pairs of eyes following me all the way to the exit. Sloan caught up with me in the hotel lobby. Lucas, wait, I need some air. Lucas, she paused, searching for the word. Justified, and brutal, and probably long overdue. Are you okay? I don't know yet. We stood outside the Whitfield Grande Hotel in the cool of the evening, listening to the muffled sounds of the reception continuing inside. Someone had restarted the music. Bruno Mars had given way to something by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Life was moving on. The wedding proceeding despite the disruption, despite the truth that had been spoken, despite everything. My phone buzzed. Jolene, that was the gutsiest thing I've ever seen you do. I'm proud of you. So proud. Then another text. This one from a number I didn't recognize. Mr. Brennan, this is Garrett. Can we talk? I called him. He answered my first phone, his voice low and urgent. I'm outside, I said. West entrance. He appeared 3 minutes later, still in his tux, looking shaken and young and completely out of his depth. Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't know Trent was planning that toast. Hadley told me he wanted to say something nice about their relationship. But I thought, I didn't realize. I never would have let him if I'd known what he was going to say. It's your wedding day, Garrett. You don't need to apologize. Yes, I do. That was wrong. What he said was wrong. And Hadley knows it. She's inside crying right now. And not happy tears. Not wedding tears. Is she okay? Honestly, I think she's having a pretty major realization about some things. About her childhood. About what she was told versus what actually happened. He ran a hand through his hair, messing up the careful styling. She always told me you were distant, that you chose work over her, that her uncle basically raised her because you weren't around. I believed her because, you know, she's my wife and I trust her. But hearing you talk just now, hearing about the money and the interference and the emails, Mr. Brennan, that's not the story I was told. People remember things the way they need to remember them. Memory is selective, especially childhood memory, especially memory shaped by adults with their own agendas. Maybe, but there's remembering, and then there's rewriting. And I think maybe Hadley's been living in a rewritten version for a long She and Barrett just walked out about 2 minutes ago. She was furious, and Trent's sitting at his table looking like someone punched him in the gut, which, I guess, someone kind of did. Good. Hadley wants to talk to you. After the reception. Maybe tomorrow. But she wants to talk. Really talk. No Monica. No Trent. Just you and her. Tell her I'll be at the Crestline Inn. Room 412. Anytime she's ready. Day or night. Garrett nodded. Started to leave. Turned back. For what it's worth, sir. I'm glad you said something. Nobody should be able to rewrite history like that. Especially not at someone's wedding. He went back inside. Back to his bride. Back to the celebration that would continue despite everything. Sloan and I drove back to the hotel in silence. She didn't try to fill the quiet with reassurances or analysis or questions about how I was feeling. She just held my hand while I drove, her thumb tracing small circles on my palm. And I was grateful for that. Grateful for her presence without pressure, her support without demands. The nut came at 7:30 the next morning. I'd been awake since 5, lying in bed watching the sunrise through the hotel curtains, wondering if she'd come at all. I opened the door to find Hadley standing in the hallway, still in yesterday's makeup, smudged and streaked from crying. She was wearing jeans and a Milburn State hoodie I'd sent her 4 years ago for Christmas. The one I thought she'd donated or thrown away because she never mentioned it. Never sent a thank you note. Never appeared in any photos wearing it. Hi, Dad. Hi, sweetheart. We sat in the hotel room small sitting area, coffee from the lobby between us, steam rising from the cups in the early morning light. For a long time.
¡Quieto! ¡Acabaré contigo, infeliz! ¡Intentas dejarnos atrás, Musa!
Finally, I'm sorry. Hadley. No, let me say this. Please. I need to say this. She took a shaky breath. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I let Uncle Trent make that toast. I'm sorry I didn't say that. I'm sorry I put you wrong when she said you didn't care. When she said you chose work over me. When she said you were unreliable. Without me as your primary support system. I'm sorry I didn't read your emails or open your letters when you gave me a chance to meet my dad to Chicago. Her voice broke and she kept going. I'm sorry I spent 15 years punishing you for making a choice you had to make. And I'm sorry I let other people tell me who you were instead of figuring it out myself. I'm sorry I was so angry and hurt that I couldn't see past my own pain to understand yours. I'm sorry I made you the villain when you were just a person trying his best in an impossible situation. You were a kid, Hadley. You were hurt. You were caught between two parents who couldn't figure out how to co-parent without lawyers. I understand that. I was a kid, but I'm 26 now, and I've been letting the kid version of me run the show for too long. I've been holding onto grudges that don't even make sense anymore, believing stories that don't hold up under examination. She wiped her eyes with the sleeve of the hoodie. Garrett and I went through my old laptop last night after the reception. We couldn't sleep, so we just started going through files. We found a filtered folder. There were 237 emails from you that I never saw. Birthday messages, holiday greetings, updates about your life, questions about mine. Dad, you wrote to me every week for years, and I didn't even know. I thought you'd forgotten about me, thought you'd moved on, and the whole time you were writing me letters I never received. I'd suspected the filtering, but never had proof until a mutual acquaintance mentioned seeing Monica set up email bills 5 years ago. Your mother? She
This pirate bears the blood of many innocents on his hands.
She said she was protecting
His Majesty, honorable representative, has decreed the sentence shall be to hang.
She also said she thought I'd be happier thinking of the truth instead of how to live my life instead of being disappointed by you. She had the right to make that choice for me. She had a relationship with my own father.
¡Se acabó, gusano!
Here's some animal facts that I've actually gotten wrong. So I once said that opossums can eat up to 5,000 ticks in a season, meaning opossums are single-handedly responsible for lowering the risk of Lyme disease. Well, it's cat, and the experiment this came from turned out to be really misleading. Still love it though. I don't think this was something I said, but I think I implied that Komodo dragons will bite you once and then just track you down until you expire. Which they can do, but it's not like they let their prey go on purpose and just wait for it to die. Because if one dragon can track it, so can a bunch of dragons. And no one likes sharing food when nobody else chipped in. I'm pretty sure I corrected this, but I'm gonna say it again. So I once said that baby snakes, especially the baby inlet taipan, are more lethal than the adults since babies can't control the venom they release, so they end up just emptying the whole clip. Not to mention taipans can murk 100 people or 250,000 mice with one bite. Well, recent studies show that baby snakes are no more dangerous than the adults and they actually hold less venom. This is actually a big one, because I know for a fact I've said it a lot. Basically, I said that lions only have a bite force of 650 pounds per square inch. But that number was based on a measurement taken from a young subadult lion, basically a teenager. An adult lion's bite force is probably closer to the neighborhood of 1,000 pounds. Still slightly lower than tigers and hyenas, but not by much. Or actually, the more I know.
Espera un momento, tío. Creías que no íbamos a cogerte. ¡Lo tengo justo en la mira! ¡No lo perdáis ahora!
Tengo línea de tiro. Objetivo a la vista. Mira, objetivo a la vista. Tengo el cañonazo. Punto de mira.
Alright, you little motherfuckers.
Objetivo a la vista. Punto de mira. No nos rendimos fácilmente.
Okay, so there's an insane amount.
Hold still! Click, click. Perfect! Thank you. Oh, what is the picture for? Well, I have this new booklet. It's really pretty. Black cover, mysterious aura. And in the front there's a little inscription. Dear Note. Don't worry, that's German. And inside, I'm collecting photos of interesting people. You know, friends, memories, people I definitely don't stalk. Speaking of, what's your name? I should write it down right away. For organizational reasons. Oh, don't worry.
¡Eh, tú! ¡Alto!
That will be crazy, right? I just like knowing who's
¿Intenta
important
escapar?
enough to be remembered.
¡Quédate donde estás!
I almost forgot. Just needed one more. You know, in case the first one...
¡Tú!
Oh, don't look so nervous. It's just an open notebook. Nothing to worry about. Unless, of course, you're right.
Punto de mira.
Oh, wait!
¡No lo perdáis ahora!
¡No nos rendimos fácilmente!
Chris Nixon posted body cam video to Facebook showing him
Intenta
getting attacked by
despertarnos.
deputies with the Lyon County, Nevada Sheriff's Office. It showed him heavily tattooed and aggressive deputy against a suspect who was at worst failing to follow orders during a minor traffic investigation. It makes its way to the local TV news stations. At that point, the sheriff steps in and makes a public statement about the incident. The sheriff tells the local TV news that he fully supports the actions of the deputies, claiming that Chris had misled the public by leaving out the first 5 minutes of the body cam footage. And so the sheriff provided that missing 5 minutes of footage to the TV news. So the TV news showed some of this missing 5 minutes, but not all of it. So I ended up obtaining it myself. I also tracked down Chris himself to hear his side of the story.
It's almost like I didn't have time to respond to anything. I was in the process of talking to the other deputy. And at that point,
¡Soy pacifista! ¡Maldita sea! ¡Tengo que largarme!
As a professional hockey player,
Here's every animal life you believe as a kid in 60 seconds. Bats aren't blind, they actually have better eyesight than people. If we had bad vision, we probably would have seen Kobe coming. Bulls don't hate the color red, it's the motion of the kid that makes them charge, and they use the color red to make the bulls blood because they abuse and torture to make them more aggressive. Ostriches don't bird. John Chow hired 2 fish. I always thought that would be
Gift one sub to Cha Cha Not So Smooth. What do you mean harder? Oh, I nerd the blue-eyes white Latina. I'm fine. I don't care that you're it's going.
Shawn Nicholas, again a longtime Special Olympics medalist, goes to this bar and he loves to sing karaoke. And everybody in this bar apparently loves him. He seems like a really sweet guy. By the Clearfield Police
¿Crees que puedes despistarnos?
on this particular evening. He's walking home, which takes him there.
Ah, ¡no nos rendimos fácilmente!
¿Intentas dejarnos atrás, gusano? Desde aquí puedo darle.
¡Lo tengo a tiro!
Special Olympics athlete.
Basketball, bowling, softball. I just think it's their second home because I've been coming here for years.
The video now gained over 300,000 views on YouTube. What was your reaction?
We were really, really angry. He comes in here and he's everybody's friend.
Does this make you lose faith in the police department?
Absolutely. They released a statement saying that the officer was well within his rights for the use of force that he did, and I think it's obvious that that wasn't the case.
Moving forward, Shawn wants to see one thing.
I just want them to leave me alone. Let me walk through that area I was walking through.
I called police for an interview, and they did not respond.
As usually happens, the police department responded, and this is what they said. The incident occurred in July and has already been reviewed and internally addressed in the months since. The police department agreed that the officer mistakenly applied the Utah jaywalking statute. It said that he has since received
Okay. Finding my way through this is going to be a royal pain in my ass.
At my mom's birthday,
Good
she
work,
said we're
Captain.
not leaving you anything
I'll
at
find
all.
the other lads.
Nodded and kept eating. Then my nephew shouted, "Audrey is on TV." There was silence when they saw the banner, Audrey Johnson, in Millionaire. My name is Audrey, and I'm 33 years old. When they stood this way, I was in the TV. There's not somebody had asked me. First German data tech solutions like it was yesterday. I always feel like a little coffee and stress, and everyone seems so. But hey, it was a paycheck, and I needed one then. My parents had made it pretty clear that they were once I graduated. So
Oh, shit. That was a miscalculation. And that was a pain in the ass.
I sat up straighter in my desk chair. Okay. I needed work. Someone who knows the technical side as well as I do, but also someone I can trust. We pool our savings, start our own company, so that everything will be 50. What do you say? I moved around my cubicle. I sat right above my desk. Empty energy drink cans piled up like a tower. The motivational poster that said teamwork, courage, or growing that someone had drawn mustaches on. How much money are we talking about? I've got about $15,000 saved up. If you can match that, we can get started.
Voy a darle entre las cejas.
The safe choice was to stay at Data Tech, keep getting my steady paycheck, maybe get promoted to senior director of finance. The risky choice was to bet everything on Jake's idea and potentially lose it. I called my parents to talk it through. You'll be 26 years old with a gap in your resume and no money. Your sister is getting engaged next month. You know, she's got a whole life figured out. This is different. Dad, I know the technology. I know the market dash. You know computers. That doesn't mean
¡No lo perdáis! ¡Lo tengo a tiro!
Got it. That cleared everything out of that spot.
Jake somehow managed to get us a meeting. Don't ask me how. He had this way of talking to people that made them want to help him. 2 weeks later, we were sitting in a conference room that was bigger than our entire office, presenting our software to 5 executives in expensive suits. Interesting, said the lead guy, Mr. Patterson. How long did this take you to develop? About a year, I said, but we've been refining the security protocols for months. The system can handle up to 40 sensors per hub, with 0 time on camera. They asked us technical questions for 2 hours. Real questions, the kind that showed they actually understood what we built. We had no idea if they loved it or hated it. 3 days later, Jake got the call. They want to license our software, he said, practically bouncing off the walls. Exclusive partnership deal. Then integrate our system into all their new installations. How much? I asked, trying to stay calm. $1 million each. I thought we would drop below $1 million. I'd never seen that much money in my entire life. Not that my parents had ever made that much in a single year. 2 weeks later, I remember sitting in a conference room, trying not to shake as I put my signature.
Creo que puedo darle.
¡Es mío! ¡No escapará!
¡No tienes escapatoria!
Are you still playing around with those computers? Asked Aunt Margaret during reception. Then Uncle Robert cornered me by the bar. You know, sweetie, there's still time to find a nice man and settle in. You're not getting any younger. Lisa always knew what she wanted in life. The worst part was my parents. They spent the entire evening making little comments about how I needed to get serious about my future and stop wasting time on hobbies. Mom actually said I should consider taking some business classes because playing with computers isn't a real career. I smiled and nodded and counted the minutes until I realized. After that, I made a decision. If they thought my career was just a phase, if they couldn't be bothered to actually listen when I tried to tell them what I was doing, then fine. I'd keep my distance until they figured out how to treat me with some basic respect. Jake and I threw ourselves back into work. With the secure home money, we could afford to hire actual employees. We moved into a real office building, bought proper equipment, started developing even better software. We should expand, Jake said during one of our planning sessions. Home security is just the beginning. What about business security? Government contracts? Let's perfect what we have first, I said. Make sure our current system is bulletproof before we branch out. That turned out to be the right call. Our software became Secure Home's flagship product. Customer reviews were amazing. People loved how easy it was to use and how reliable everything was. We started getting calls from other security companies wanting to license our technology too. By the time I turned 27, our company was pulling in several $1 million a year. I bought myself a house in a nice neighborhood, got a car that didn't make weird noises, and started taking vacations to places I'd only seen in movies. I sent
Give me
myself
a
packaged
few
baby
minutes
clothes
here.
when I heard she'd had a son. No card, no phone call, just a box of cute outfits in the mail. I figured that was enough. For 4 more years, everything was perfect. Jake and I were best friends and business partners. Our company was growing, and I was finally living the kind of life I dreamed about in college. Then Jake got sick. It started with him feeling
and tired all the time. Then he lost weight. Then came the doctor visits, the tests, the diagnosis that changed everything. Pancreatic cancer, he said, sitting in our office on a Tuesday morning. Stage 4, they're saying maybe 6 months. I don't remember what I said to that. I think I just stared at him for a long time, trying to process the words. Jake died 4 months later. He was 30 years old. Jake's funeral was the hardest thing I'd ever been through. His family was devastated, and honestly, so was I. He wasn't just my business partner. He was my best friend, the only person who really understood what we built together. After the service, his wife Sarah pulled me aside. Jake wanted me to talk to you, she said, tears still running down her face. He said to tell you that he wanted you to buy out his share of the company. He didn't want his family to have to deal with the business side of things. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I bought out Jake's 50% share for $6 million. Just like that, I was the sole owner of Morrison Johnson Security Solutions. I thought about changing the name, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Jake deserved to have his name on what we built, even if he wasn't there anymore. Being alone in the business was harder than I'd expected. Still, the company kept growing. Our software was installed in thousands of homes across the country, and we had contracts with dozens of security companies. By the time I turned 33, we were pulling in close to $20 million a year. I bought a bigger house, a nicer car, traveled to places I dreamed of visiting since I was a kid. Then one day, I ran into my parents. I was grabbing lunch at Tony's Pizza Palace. Yeah, the same building where Jake and I had started our company. I was wearing jeans and a plain t-shirt, nothing fancy. I'd walked over from work because it was a nice day and I needed some fresh air. I was waiting for my order when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Audrey, is that really you? I turned around and there were my parents, looking exactly like I remembered them. Mom with her perfectly styled hair and Dad in his usual button-down shirt. Hi Mom, hi Dad. They both looked me up and down, taking in my casual clothes and the fact that I was... Honey, what are you doing here? Mom asked, and her tone had that worried edge to it. Getting pizza, I said. They have the best pizza in the city. They exchanged that look, the one parents give each other when they think their kid is screwing up their life. Audrey, Mom said carefully, are you doing okay, financially? I mean, I almost laughed. I'm doing fine, Mom. It's just that you look, she paused, trying to find the right words, a little thin. And you're eating at places like this. There's nothing wrong with this place. Of course not, Dad said quickly. It's just that Lisa and David just bought a new house. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. David got another promotion at the firm. That's great for them. And little Tommy is doing so well in school, Mom added. He's already reading at a 2nd grade level and he's only 4. Lisa's been taking him to all these enrichment programs. My pizza was ready, so I grabbed it and said goodbye. They watched me walk away, and I could practically feel them shaking their heads in disappointment. 3 months later, I had another encounter with my family that was even worse. I was leaving the downtown Hope Center, the homeless shelter I'd been supporting for the past 2 years. I went there every few weeks to check on how things were going and sometimes just to talk to the people staying there. I just finished talking to Margaret, the center director, about expanding their job training program with homeless Lisa got out of the passenger side. I guess I'll put some her business suit in heels. David was driving, and I could see little Tommy in his car seat in the back. Audrey, Lisa said, staring at me and then looking behind me. What are you doing here? I looked back at the sign above the door and quickly said, Downtown Hope Center, homeless assistance. Just visiting, I said. Lisa's expression changed from confusion to something that looked almost like pity. Oh my God, she said. Audrey, are you living here? For a second, I didn't understand what she was asking. Then it hit me. You think I'm homeless? Listen, if you need help, you should ask Mom and Dad instead of staying in places like this. They'd understand. I should have corrected her. I should have explained that I was there as not a resident. But something about her tone, that mix of superiority and fake concern, just made me angry. If I needed help, I said calmly, I definitely know who to call. Lisa brightened up, probably thinking she was being magnanimous. Of course, family is family, right? I'm sure Mom and Dad would be happy to help you get back on your feet. Maybe David could get you an interview at his firm. Always looking for entry-level people. As they moved away, I started laughing. I couldn't help it. Here I was, standing outside a homeless shelter that I basically funded, told by my sister that I should ask my parents for help. decent, not from a thrift store. After I hung up, I laughed out loud. After all these years, she still thought I was broke. 2 weeks later, I put on a modest but expensive black dress. I thought they cost more than most people's rent. I called a taxi to take me to my parents' house. It had been years since I'd been there. The house was packed with relatives I hadn't seen in forever. The moment I walked in, they supported me like some kind of charity case. Audrey, dear, looking up. That's Aunt Margaret. I got down from the side. Looks up then, added on careful, probably hanging up. Uncle Robert clapped me on the shoulder. Listen, kid, if you ever need a hot meal, our cafe always has leftovers. Buy anytime. It was clear my parents had told everyone I was struggling. The concerned looks, the careful questions about my situation, they all thought I was barely getting by. Everything's great, I said, smiling. Really? Mom appeared with a full smile and gestured toward the dining room. Let's all sit down for dinner. I handed her an envelope as we walked in. Happy birthday, Mom. This is for me. She took it with a weird expression, like she was expecting something embarrassing. After opening it, she walked into the kitchen and I watched her toss it straight into the trash can. The envelope contained vouchers for a 2-week trip to Hawaii for her and Dad. All expenses paid, first-class flights, 5-star resort. But apparently gifts from a family failure were worth a lot. We all gathered in the living room for dinner. The TV was on in the background. Some local news were on. Nobody was really watching. Mom had made her usual spread. Too much food and too many opinions about everyone's life choices. I have an important announcement, Mom said, standing up with a folder in her hands. Your father and I have updated our will. Everyone got quiet. Lisa sat up straight in her chair, trying to look surprised even though it was obvious she already knew what was coming. We've decided to leave the house to Lisa, Mom continued, looking directly at her favorite daughter. She's built such a stable life with David, and they'll need the space for Tommy as he grows up. Lisa smiled and squeezed David's hand. Tommy was playing with his food, completely oblivious to the adult drama happening around him. Then Mom turned to me with this expression that was half pity, half disappointment. Audrey, we've decided not to leave you anything in the world. You haven't really achieved anything meaningful in your life, and you're the only organization you put aside for use the space. All it takes for one day is for you to phrases like make sense and probably for the best of living around. I just nodded and ate my mashed potatoes. I was actually trying not to laugh. If they only knew that the house down the road was worth less than what I spent on my car. Mom looked a little surprised that I was chose not to. Can't really blame you for moving on. As I drove home in my car, I realized Jenny was right. I'd given my family plenty of chances to be part of my life. They'd chosen to judge me instead of support me, to assume the worst instead of asking questions, to treat me like a failure instead of celebrating my success. And I'm fine without them.
On Friday, November 18th, a trial was held appealing the conviction of my client, William, who was pulled over in Nicholas County, West Virginia, for flashing his lights to warn oncoming traffic of a speed trap. This is the one where, during the stop, he was arrested for laughing at the police officer who was writing him a ticket for the non-existent crime. About a month earlier, I posted the body cam footage taken by this police officer, J.D. Ellison, a deputy with the Nicholas County Sheriff's Department. That was the one titled West Virginia's Most Ignorant Cop, and people were shocked about what they saw, just as I was. My video went well over 1 million views. Others covered it as well, including Audit the Audit and Lackluster. I'm not going to make you wait for the fantastic news about the appeal trial. The client was victorious. The conviction was overturned and thrown out. He was vindicated, and I was proven correct all along about the law, though that shouldn't really have been a difficult issue in the first place. You'll want to wait around to hear the details about the appeal trial, as well as what else I uncovered about the past conduct of this police officer. The ticket itself for allegedly flashing lights. It's about the very concept of justice. Like, if a police officer can know in the absence of reasonable suspicion that an actual crime was committed, and then put you in handcuffs, and ultimately detain you without justification, just because it looks familiar, because you heard about it, then there's something that you say because it's a in that type of world, the government, via the police officer, can destroy your life, figuratively or even literally speaking, for any reason at all. Because he doesn't like your skin color, because you laughed at him and hurt his godly feelings, because of your political speech, because of your vote, and so on. I think that part of what made me so angry about this footage is the fact that William is just such a nice guy. He was so polite, forthright, and cooperative during this traffic stop. Then you just see the brutal and malicious nature of this police officer rise to the surface. Then instead of just seeing William suffer from the abuse of his man, you see him scream your father, your grandfather, your son, your friend. That's when you realize that bad cops, those controlled by their ego and by their anger, they prey on the weak, on the innocent. They don't pull over a group of Hell's Angels and abuse them. They pull over someone like William and arrest him, put him in handcuffs, not because he committed any crime, but just to flex the government power that they wield for ego and for control. Pick up the can, citizen. People frequently ask me, why do police officers act in this way, perfectly aware that they're recording themselves with their own body cameras? The answer probably is that they don't see anything wrong with their behavior. That's why the title of the original video here is so spot on. West Virginia's Most Ignorant Cop is completely ignorant of the fact that a person who watched this video would be shocked and appalled. To him, it was just another day at work.
Ya te puedes estar largando.
¡Hey, alto! ¡No somos tan tontos!
After the first video was published, information just flowed in about this particular case. Usually with these types of cops, when there's smoke, there's fire. When they hit
¡Acelerad el ritmo!
¡Quieto! ¡Baja ese! Tendría que haberme largado. Venga.
Disparate. Quiero una bomba.
Solo abro.
La producción del maestro Thomas envía varios. ¡Necesito ayuda! ¡Acabad con él!
¿Creías que no íbamos a cogerte? ¡Está aquí!
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs out.
That took me longest to understand myself. He is not cruel. He is weak in the specific way that definitely strong personality decides.
¡Quieto ahí! ¡Alto ahí!
Personality is his wife, Sanifa. Family 11 years ago, and I will be honest with you. I tried to love her. I did love her.
¡Listo para disparar!
The person your son chooses. She is strong. She runs their household in a small, efficient country. She is the kind of woman who remembers everyone's allergies.
¡Enemigo a tiro, señor!
It was Saniva's idea, and at the time it felt like kindness. You shouldn't be alone in that big house, she said, sitting in the living room the weekend before home with her hand on my knee. Every Sunday, the kids need to learn that, and they can. Every Sunday for 3 years, Carol and Saniva and Marisol closed my front door and asked me, and I go, I want to give you the ledger now, because the ledger matters, and because I am a person who keeps one. I was a bookkeeper for 31 years, ending with the dynasties until I retired at 64, and making columns out of was another personality I could switch off. So I kept trying.
¿Quieres tomar algo?
The second year. I'm not telling you this because the money mattered. Tobias left me comfortable, and the house was paid off in 2009. Because traveling was how I told myself I was useful. Every grocery receipt was a small proof that they still needed something from me. That is the emotional truth under the financial law. I was paid to be needed, and they let me. The thing I did not dread at first was to talk about the house. It started small. These days, the second Christmas after the funeral, Saniva stood in my front row with a glass of wine and said to her sister who was visiting me, "Can you imagine this place with the kitchen out the back? We had a whole view." Her sister agreed it would be lovely. I was in a mood. I told myself she was admiring the house. People admire houses. Then in the spring, Eric mentioned to me very casually that a contractor friend of his had said the lot was worth a great deal because of the having of the great frontage. Not that we're thinking about anything, he said. Just Stan was telling me. Stan, they're not the first thread, though I didn't know to pull it then. By the third year, the comments had moved from the house to the rooms inside it, and the comments had moved from the adults to the children. I'd hear it through the floor. My house has an old furnace vent that carries sound between the kitchen and the upstairs landing. Tobias and I used to listen for the baby. One Sunday I was upstairs getting ready to napkins and I heard Saniva downstairs saying to Marisol, "Go to 6, and this is your love someday. I'll paint it whatever you want." Just like that. I had promised a child nice word, and this is your love someday. I started the landing with the napkins in my hands and I didn't think I had passed that. For just a few minutes, somebody was hanging me inside, and I went downstairs and started watching. I want to be careful here, because this is the part where I make Saniva a villain, and I promised you she's a person. She believed she was being protected. Karen was the only child. I was a widow in my late
¡Ya está bien, detente!
The children were just downstream of that confidence. She talked about the house as theirs the way she talked about the weather, and the kids absorbed it the way kids absorb everything. But here is what made it more than conversation, and this is the part I keep coming back to. They had stopped seeing me. I had become a feature in the house. The grandmother came with the like the old furnace with the spinner grill, useful for now. To be renovated later. I noticed the exact week I understood this. It was
Alto!
the Sunday after I had spent 2 days making up for it because his birthday is the one vaguely I shared. He was born on Tobias's birthday, October the 9th, and Tobias and I were going to But I'd dated for 11 years and I didn't find it right. That Sunday I got the cake out and got
¡Alto!
just years later. Always makes the coconut. It's tradition. And she smiled at me, warmly. The word tradition did something cool to me. A tradition is a thing that continues without the person who started it. She
Está bien, detente. ¡Acabad con él! Tengo justo en la mira. Tengo justo en la mira. El pichón no escapará. Blanco claro. Lo veo directamente. ¡No lo perdáis! ¡Lo tengo justo en la mira! ¡Blanco claro! ¡No lo perdáis! ¡Aquí está!
Okay, I think I see how to get that one. What's this?
There was no villain to point at. There was only a slow, polite erasure, conducted with smiles, over Sunday lunch. I called my doctor that November, not because I was sick, but because I wanted to know how long the math might run. He told me, after the usual tests, that I was in better shape than most women my age and might reasonably expect another 15 or 20 years. I sat in the parking lot of his office afterward, in my car, with my cold hands on the cold steering wheel, and I had the thought that outdid me. 15 or 20 more years. 15 or 20 more years of being a tradition, of being inventoried at my own table, of cooking 156 lunches a year for people who are already in the privacy of their own kitchen.
Ahoy, sir!
Once, in the car, then I drove home, and I went.
Captain in the water!
Ondine is maybe 50, plain-spoken, the kind of lawyer who tells you what you don't want to hear before you've finished your coffee. I told her everything. The Sundays, the cake, the rooms, the furnace vent, the steering wheel. It took a while. She listened without writing much down, which I appreciated. And when I finished, she said, "Okay, so the question isn't really legal. You can leave your estate to whoever you want. The question is what you actually want."
¡Maldita sea! ¡Tengo que largarme!
Maldita sea, debo huir.
Things are easy to change. Do it once, slowly. Instead of 3 times in anger. I want you to hear how she said that, because it changed the whole thing. She did not hand me over. She it treated her like it's above the pharmacy, without me asking hard questions each time. I figured out what I wanted. It was not revenge. I keep saying that because I needed to be true.
Otra vez el cocinero vestido con sus pimientos.
¡Espabilad, muchachos, que llevamos prisa! ¡Venga! ¡Alto! ¡A por el intruso!
said it wouldn't hold up as anything legal and might cause hard feelings. I told her hard feelings were the point. I was tired of soft ones. The new will, the trust, the letter. Ondine had them ready by the end of March. I picked them up from her office on the Wednesday before Easter. 11 days before March. The whole stack went into a blue document folder. I drove it home and put it in a lockbox at the bottom of my closet. The one Tobias and I had kept the deed in, and I did not look at it again for 9 days. I had not decided, even then, what I was going to do. Just file it away and find out when I was gone, which is the cowardly move, and also, I'll admit, the route I was leaning toward. There is a kind of person who can do a hard thing quietly in a lawyer's office and never has the stomach to do it at a dinner table. And I thought maybe I was that person. I made my peace with maybe being that person.
¡Alarma! ¡Venid rápido, chicos! ¡Está por aquí!
Blanco claro. No pertenecemos a esa raza. Un blanco claro.
¡Allí está! ¡Allí está!
Saluda de mi parte al del tridente.
¡Sois unos lunáticos!
que nadie debería. ¡Sáquenlo!
Geneva tried to fix it right there, and she did, in her way, and her way was instructive. She did not say she was sorry. She said, just the kids ask questions, and you make up things to tell them. It doesn't mean anything at all. You're reading so much into it. And Karen said, quietly, Geneva. And she said, that one word from him, Geneva. I had 11 years, and it was barely anything, and I noticed that I noticed it, which told me how starved I'd been. Nobody read the book on the table. Of course they did. Geneva set it down beside the plate like it was something that might be off. We finished the lunch. We actually finished it. That's the strange part. The lamb and the potatoes, and yes, there was a coconut cake. And Ella made 2 pieces, and nobody talked about the blue folder again while the children were in the room. Because whatever else we are people who did not have the fight in front of the children. We are people who waited till the children were in the car. They left earlier than usual. Geneva took the folder with her. At the door, Carrick hugged me. He hadn't hugged me at the door in a long time. And he said, into the side of my head, very low, we'll talk this week. Okay, Mom? And I said, okay. And he drove away, and I stood on the porch with this filter ripping and watched the car go down the lane. And then I went inside and washed 157 Sundays worth of dishes. And I felt I am trying to find the right word for this and how they put my fits is. Quiet. I felt quiet. Now let me tell you what happened after. Because the porch was not the end. In these stories you tell yourself, the confrontation feels like the climax. But the truth is that the confrontation is the easy part. It's over in 4 minutes. The aftermath is the part that takes the real strength. And it does not resolve neatly. And I am not going to pretend to you that it did. First thing was voicemails. Not from Karen, from Geneva, but from Tuesday night. And it was the perfect version. A long message, her voice thick, about how she couldn't believe I'd ambush her at the family table. How the children had picked up on the tension that Marisol had cried in the car. Marisol had not cried.
Otra vez ese asqueroso Venezuela.
That this was not true. How she had the second one on Tuesday was the bargaining version. Maybe we'd all overreacted. Maybe we could sit down with Laura together. Surely I didn't really mean to give a third of the family home to strangers, to a historical society, or what Tobias think. And Thursday was the angry one, short, where she said I was being manipulated by that woman behind her fence, meaning Linnea, and that I would regret tearing this family apart over a house. I did not answer any of them. I wanted to be clear that this was not a strategy. It was simply that I had nothing to add. I had said the thing I had to say, in a few hours. And everything Geneva was doing was an attempt to get me to take it back, and I was not going to take it back, so there was nothing to discuss. Silence, it turns out, is the one argument that cannot be argued with. Karen called the next week, like he said he would. We talked for an hour. It was the realest conversation we had since his mother died. It was not a reconciliation, and I would have hoped that it actually was rather than what I wish it had been. He was hurt. He felt, and he was not entirely wrong, that I had embarrassed his wife and tangled his children's inheritance to make a point I couldn't make fun of. I told him I had tried to make him privately for 3 years by cooking him 156 lunches and hoping he would notice his mother was still a person and that I had run out of private. He got quiet at that. He said he hadn't known about the porch talk, that he didn't agree with how Geneva handled the kids, that he told her so. I believed him. I also know my son, and I know that telling her so and doing anything about it are 2 different counties for him, and always have been. We did not fix everything on that call. I'm going to be honest, we have not fixed
Buena
everything.
técnica.
It has been a year. The Sunday lunches stopped. I stopped them, not them. I told Carrick I wasn't going to host every weekend, that I could the first Sunday of the month when the other Sundays were going down. We took it harder than I expected. I think the lunches had been load-bearing for him in a way he hadn't examined. The way the people who take you for granted are often the ones who miss you most and understand at least. We made never. She came to the first of the month lunch in June, stiff and careful, and she has come most months since. And we are polite, and the politeness is real, but it is not more. And I have made my peace with
Where
her.
is this guy?
I've come to understand she was realizing what happened is something that was done to her, not something she did, and I have stopped waiting for that to change. Some things stay broken. You can set a place at the table for a person and still know the 2 of you broke something that 100% clean. But here is the part I did not expect, and it is the part I wanted. Colin started crying. He's 11 now, and a few weeks after Easter he called down so he had to ask his dad for a number, which tells you something about how rarely a child calls a grandmother anymore.
Alto!
It's not a job people romanticize, but it pays consistently. It keeps me outdoors.
Ahora.
And I did need one thing I poured every spare hour and every overtime dollar into for a full decade was my truck. 2003 diesel, single cab, long bed, pulled out of a salvage yard when I was 24 for $800 in a head shop. The frame was solid, but everything else was either rusted or missing entirely. I didn't care. I knew what it could be.
There he is. Come here, dumbass.
No sé lo que he hecho, pero... ¡Alto ahí! ¡Tú! ¡Baja!
go.
I knew a guy who works county tow. He let me get close enough to look without touching anything. The truck was unrecognizable. Frame bent in two places. Cab sheared on the passenger side. The engine on the rear was sitting exposed. I wasn't looking at the damage though. I was looking at the registration paper. I found that wrench beneath the rear seat. Half hidden under a torn floor mat. I found something else inside. A zip tie equipment tag. Industrial wrench. Serial number printed clean on both sides. The kind they hold to heavy construction machinery. Working at the job site. It had no business being in my truck, which meant I had every reason to tell me exactly what size and to do it. I tapped the serial number and looked for the right there in Calgary. Standing next to what was left of a decade long. The third result was the sheriff's department report found 6 weeks prior to a Bobcat skid steer stolen from a grading contractor secured by 2 guns over. The report listed the equipment tag serial number for insurance purposes. It matched the tag in my hand digital image. I photographed the tag from 4 angles, right back exactly where I found it, and drove home. I told Roy that he and was still thinking things over. He didn't believe it. That was important. That needed me relaxed. It needed all of it relaxed. I want to explain something about how I operate. Because people tend to assume that when someone goes quiet after being wrong, they're either processing or defeated. I'm neither. When I go quiet, I'm working. I've been that way since I was a kid. Roy always mistook it for compliance. That mistake cost him. First thing I did was the gas station on Route 9. There's only one between town and the stretch of highway where the crash happened. A small family-run place. Been there 30 years. I know the owner, Hector, casually enough to stop in without it seeming strange. Bought coffee. Talked about the county resurfacing project for a few minutes. Then mentioned my truck situation. Kept it vague. Said I was trying to piece together the timeline for insurance. Asked if his parking lot camera might have caught anything that night. Hector pulled it up on his tablet without hesitation. There was silence at 11:47 p.m. Pumping gas. 2 guys with him I recognized as Corbin Wade and another one named Pedro Silas who'd been running with Silas for about a year. All 3 of them were knives. I recognized them. Silas was wearing my truck's rear jacket. I kept one on the seat. I asked Hector for a copy of insurance documentation. He forwarded it to my email. Finished the call. Traffic camera footage came next.
¡Alto! ¡Ya sacarte el hígado, socio!
Chains out, let's go! Loose topsails, gallants and royals! Trim the yards off the wind! Douse those gallants! Haul! Haul! Captain overboard!
Debe de haberse.
There it is.
Hey! Make away! ¡Disparadle por el flanco!
Jackasses. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. Okay, good. Got that. Hey, where is this goddamn thing? Okay.
Be that Captain.
Captain has the helm. Furl the mizzen! Unfurl aloft! Man your seats! We must be getting close, Captain.
To larboard, sir. Human Flotsam, Captain. Think he's breathing. Call in the stunsail. Unfurl mains. Let's move.
Close down! Man your seats!
Awaiting order! Fire! Get up there, sir! Cut away from that! Find yourselves for impact! Pull them in to the well! To larboard! Haul it in! Get off the wind!
Pull! Pull all
Unfurl mains, let's move!
We ride the wind. We're all is worth. Keep moving.
Fire!
Hostile warship closing. Frigates.
Fire! Right there, Captain! Fire! Ready to fire? We're ready, sir! Fire! Off target! Ease off the wind! Fire! Push them right through there! And out to sail! Tough! Gallant! Royal! Stud! Pull them down the howl, lads!
Pokeballs and shot.
¿De verdad es necesario? ¿Qué es?
Pretending to be Vessel names, time windows, crane rotations, my life's work in chicken scratch that nobody else could read. I slid it into my back pocket, put the badge on the desk, and walked out. Before Gulf Shore Terminal, I was United States Marine Corps for 12 years, logistics coordination specialist. My job was to stabilize their safety testing and business plan. Afghanistan, keeping convoys, because I could look at TR for full container ships and see the chess game moves ahead. Which vessel needs which berth team, which time, which crane is available, which customs team.
¡Intenta dejarnos atrás, gusanos!
No quiero saber cómo acaba. No escaparás.
Alguien le ha dado.
Parece un poco peligroso.
Captain's at the helm.
Warehouse management, deep-water container terminals. He never walked the docks. Never sat in the operations center during a vessel surge at Team Midnight. Never asked me how the current system worked. He didn't ask because he assumed there was nothing to ask. He looked at Teamy and saw an old Marine pushing papers around. After he fired me, Ashton sent a company-wide email. Exciting changes ahead. Gulf Shore Terminal is entering the digital age. We're transitioning from legacy manual processes to a automated scalable scheduling platform. He posted on LinkedIn that same day, day one of Gulf Shore's digital transformation.
Very productive, because I managed to clear a ton of stuff. What the fuck happened there?
Captain.
Next day, Nielsen called that evening. 1 Within 45 days, $8 billion in annual cargo commitments had been verbally awarded to Galveston Maritime Complex. Not because we offered better rates, not because we had superior infrastructure, because when these dispatchers called my number, I picked up. I remembered their vessels.
Cool.
Particular requirements. I knew Rodriguez's ships drew 48 feet and needed berths dredged to 52. I knew Chen's cargo manifests had to be filed by 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Not when a vessel cleared the breakwater. I was the system. The system moved with me. While I was rebuilding the network at Team Galveston, Gulf Shore was hemorrhaging. Garrett Stone kept me updated through short texts. No commentary needed. Just facts. Day 1. The automated platform was
sweet. My cannons are right where... See, this is why I've been doing what I've been doing. I got to get these fucking plan things so that I can finish my vessel upgrade so I can do stuff. And apparently I just fucking finished one of them. Balls out.
Who can catch the wind? Who's all? Party like? Rabe Kappa, Bloodstone says. The short sail, get off the squall! Who up top?
Would you consider consulting for Gulf Shore during the federal transition? We need someone who understands how things actually work. I watched a tugboat guide a Maersk vessel toward North 12. Entire position. The kind of operation that looks simple to outsiders, but requires dozens of moving parts working in harmony. I appreciate the call, but I've made commitments. Here, I don't break those. Click. 7 words that carry 18 months of consequences. He had 17 years of my commitments and thrown them away because his nephew called me a dinosaur. Now he wanted them back, and the answer was the simplest sentence I'd ever spoken. Ashton Pierce, last I heard, joined a logistics startup in Austin, junior analyst position. The company folded within 6 months, underfunded, overpromised. The usual Silicon Valley story. His LinkedIn profile still lists former VP digital operations. Gulf Shore Terminal 4 dates showing exactly 8 weeks. Sees that resume, knows the story. The guy who fired Eddie Hawkins and killed McCoy in 2 months. He's 27. Maybe he'll learn something from this. Maybe he won't. Not my concern, Ed. It was a Saturday in October. Perfect Texas football weather. Clear skies, 78 degrees. Just enough breeze to keep the humidity manageable. I drove my F-250 to Pearland High School for Cody's district championship game. Got there early, bought my ticket, found Linda in the home side bleachers. She'd taken the whole day off from Methodist Hospital. First Saturday off in 2 months. Her latest scans came back clean 3 weeks ago. 3 years cancer-free.
Hey, Coffee of Death. How you doing?
But we're calling it victory. Cody emerged from the locker room tunnel in his Pearland Oilers uniform, number 52, starting linebacker and team captain. He scanned the stands the way athletes do. Found me in section C, row 8. Didn't wave or smile, just gave me the slightest nod. I nodded back. The game was everything high school football.
All right. So it is that time of the night. We're going to go ahead and find a raid target.
College scouts from Texas A&M, Rice, and University of Houston filmed 3 rows behind the home bench. Clipboards out. Stopwatches clicking. 4th quarter. Pearland up by 6. Visiting team driving for the winning touchdown. Cody read the quarterback's eyes, jumped the route, and intercepted the pass at the 12-yard line with 47 seconds remaining. Game over. District champions. The crowd erupted. Linda grabbed me, squeezed hard enough to leave marks. I just sat there watching my son GET mobbed by his teammates, thinking about all the games I'd missed for court emergencies.
All right, we are going to raid to a streamer going by the name of Hawk0325, who is also playing Black Flag, Assassin's Creed. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really do appreciate it. It absolutely means the world to us. It makes this job worth doing. Now, as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers. Because while we can do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, I will be back on Tuesday. So I will see you then. Until then, this is your immortal Sith Emperor signing out saying, see you motherfuckers later.
Adds 4 hours to every estimate, and Rodriguez and Veracruz won't schedule Friday departures. You need someone who answers the phone, a T2 AM, when the schedules go sideways, and $200 million worth of cargo sits waiting for decisions that can't be made by algorithms. The automated systems will GET smarter. The software will improve. But at T, the end of the day, global commerce runs on relationships, trust, and the kind of expertise that takes decades to develop. Ronald Pierce resigned from the Port Authority Board 6 months after the federal takeover. Ashton moved back to Boston, works for a consulting firm that optimizes supply chains for grocery stores. Gulf Shore Terminal is still under federal oversight.